Chapter 2461. In the first exchange between the two sides, it looked like Yang Chen had the upper hand. After all, Yang Chen had injured Ao Sen's fleshly body. Not only that, he had also crippled Ao Sen's limbs. In comparison, the damage that Ao Sen had done to Yang Chen was not worth mentioning. It was just that the magic treasure that had fused with his body was slightly damaged, and it could be immediately recovered with the help of spiritual energy. On the surface, it looked like this, but if one had a deeper understanding of the situation, one would realize that no one had gained the upper hand. Ao Sen's injuries looked terrifying, but if one thought about the trillions of demonic beasts behind him providing him with life force, this injury was not worth mentioning. Yang Chen's magic treasure did not look like much, but Yang Chen did not have much support behind him. To Yang Chen, it was still considered an injury. Therefore, strictly speaking, both sides should be evenly matched, and they were evenly matched. No one had gained the upper hand, and both sides had suffered a small loss. Speaking of which, Ao Sen's ability to share his life with trillions of demonic beasts was not strange. Among Yang Chen's wives and concubines, Shi Wushuang could do this. She could share her life with 24 Penglai divine wood demons. Coincidentally, Shi Wushuang also had wood spiritual root. This made people wonder if all wood attribute cultivators had this kind of transcendence. At first glance, Ao Sen's actions seemed a bit unfair. However, neither Yang Chen nor the cultivators on Yang Chen's side felt this way. The Mountain River geographical map was a magic treasure that Ao Sen had refined himself. This would not change, so the things inside the Mountain River geographical map were the same. Ao Sen using his Mountain River geographical map was the same as Gong Sunling using her Mountain River geographical map. Using one's own magic treasure to attack the opponent was understandable. Since Yang Chen could accept Gong Sunling using the Mountain River geographical map to oppress the opponent, then he could accept the opponent in front of him using the Mountain River geographical map to deal with him. Even if Ao Sen's Mountain River geographical map was only left with 10% of the demon realm, it was still a terrifying independent world. The number of demonic beasts inside was enough to make people go crazy. If Ao Sen shared his life with the Penglai divine wood demons like Shi Wushuang, then Yang Chen could almost directly admit defeat. With so many demonic beasts providing life, Ao Sen could be said to be an undying existence. Adding the Mountain River geographical map's endless supply of spiritual roots, as well as Ao Sen's powerful cultivation and fighting strength, he could easily exhaust Yang Chen to death. This was also based on Ao Sen's willingness to confront Yang Chen head-on. If Ao Sen used Gong Sunling's method, he could directly let the demonic beasts in the Mountain River geographical map share Yang Chen's attack equally, and then gather the strength of those demonic beasts to counterattack Yang Chen. Even if Yang Chen was 100 times stronger, he would still die with hatred on the spot. Fortunately, Ao Sen's Mountain River geographical map did not have a cultivator with active consciousness. Originally, the entire Zhao clan was inside, but they were all buried by Yang Chen. At that time, Ao Sen did not interfere. He just observed everything from the standpoint of a bystander. Of course, the consequence of watching from the sidelines was that Ao Sen could not control the cultivators in the Mountain River geographical map like Gong Sunling, at least he could not maintain the same attack and defense posture as him. Without consciousness, no matter what action it was impossible for that number of demonic beasts to work together. Naturally, in this respect, he could not be compared with Gong Sunling. However, this guy developed another way, borrowing the vitality of those demonic beasts. Yang Chen firmly believed that Shi Wushuang sharing the life of the Penglai divine wood monster was absolutely unique. It was a fortuitous encounter in the heavenly tribulation. Yang Chen did not believe that Ao Sen would cross the heavenly tribulation together with the demonic beasts of the demon realm. Since it was not like Shi Wushuang, Then Ao Sun could borrow the vitality of the demonic beasts through the mountain river geographical map. In this case, Yang Chen would not be too afraid. What Ao Sun could do was only this. If there was no other way, who would be willing to bear the pain of physical disability? Of course, this was related to Ao Sun's own underestimation of Yang Chen's strength, but it was not necessarily unrelated to Ao Sun's inability to do it. These were all speculations, but for Yang Chen, it was very simple to find out. He just needed to attack again. Although he had thought so much earlier, in reality, it was only 1 or 2 breaths of time. Yang Chen's beheading immortal saber was already raised again, chopping at Ao Senator. No matter how strong the Dragon Pagoda was, Yang Chen firmly believed that it might not be comparable to the material of the Diamond Chakram. Yang Chen had asked Ao Lan and Long Quang a long time ago, where did the material of the Diamond Chakram that Long Quang found in the Fire Dragon Palace come from? Was it something that everyone in the dragon race had? In the end, he obtained an answer that made him speechless. It was something that Long Quang had found by chance. Because it was very hard, his dragon flame was unable to melt it, so he placed it there. As long as Ao Sun did not have the same material, Yang Chen firmly believed that the Dragon Pagoda would not be able to withstand the continuous attacks of the immortal beheading saber. Being able to withstand 1 or 2 attacks was not much, but if it could withstand 1,000 or 10,000 attacks, then that would be the case. It looked like although Ao Sun had refined many magic treasures, the only one that could withstand the attacks of the immortal beheading saber was the Dragon Pagoda. The mountain river geographical map seemed to be able to do it as well, but that came at the cost of losing 5,000 kilometers of space each time. With only 1/10 of the demonic realm left, Ao Sun could no longer bear to use the mountain river geographical map to receive Yang Chen's attack. The Dragon Pagoda and the immortal beheading saber clashed again. It looked like they were evenly matched. This time, Ao Sun was smart and did not fight with Yang Chen. In front of this freak that Ao Lai spoke of, the powerful physical body that he was so proud of could not gain any advantage. The one who was the most excited about this clash was not Yang Chen or Ao Sun, but Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, who had the immortal beheading saber in its mouth, could increase its understanding of Ao Sun's Dragon Pagoda through the clash of the immortal beheading saber and the Dragon Pagoda. The Dragon Pagoda that Ao Guang left behind was purely used as a medium to record the dragon race's inheritance and a warehouse to store some important items. It had never been used as an offensive magic treasure. The Dragon Pagoda contained many dragon races' cultivation inheritances. However, it did not contain everything. At the very least, the use of the Dragon Pagoda was never recorded. Xiao Tian could learn a lot from it. In addition to the confrontation between the Dragon Pagoda and the immortal beheading saber, Ao Sun consciously avoided Yang Chen's melee. For the time being, Yang Chen was at a disadvantage. Because compared to Ao Sun, the magic treasures on Yang Chen's body were too few. In addition to the Golden Bell, Yang Chen did not keep any dragon race's magic treasures. However, Ao Sun had a complete set of magic treasures to use. However, no matter how powerful the magic treasures were, in front of Yang Chen, this guy who did not conform to common sense, it seemed to be a bit like casting pearls before swine. A terrifying to the extreme strength. Before any magic treasure attacked Yang Chen, it must first consider not to be caught by Yang Chen. Otherwise, it would just be waiting to be scrapped. Chapter 2462. Because the mysterious Sky Dark Sea Shuttle was integrated with the 5 Elements Dragon Palace, it had been placed in the Mountain River geographical map and had not been taken out. The only magic weapons on Yang Chen's body were the immortal beheading blade and the golden bell. In contrast, Ao Sun had a lot more choices. What made people even more worried was that when Ao Sun found that the Dragon Pagoda and the immortal beheading blade could only fight evenly, and the other magic weapons did not dare to attack Yang Chen easily, this guy immediately made a new decision. The reason why he did not dare to attack Yang Chen was because he was afraid of the magic weapons being damaged. But as long as he was not afraid of these, Ao Sun had a lot of means to attack. A seemingly crystal-clear glass bottle appeared out of thin air in everyone's field of vision, then enlarged into a small mountain, flew at high speed to the head of Yang Chen and smashed down. It was not so much a smash, it was more like the pressure of Mount Tai. The huge glass bottle was many times bigger than Yang Chen. With a loud bang, it directly pressed Yang Chen and Xiao Tian under it. The huge weight directly made the glass bottle sink hundreds of feet into the ground of the demon realm. One could imagine how terrifying the weight of the glass bottle was. However, whether it was Yang Chen's family or the friends of the dragon race, they were indifferent to this scene. It seemed that they were very confident in the strength of Yang Chen. Wanting to rely on the weight to defeat Yang Chen's strength was simply wishful thinking, unless Ao Sun put the entire demon realm on the line. But if he did that, Ao Sun was afraid that he would not be able to control the demon realm. Sure enough, the next moment the huge glass bottle flew high again, and then a figure rushed out from below, grabbed the glass bottle in midair, and held it in his hand. Ao Sun realized that he had made a mistake and immediately wanted to take back the magic weapon, but since it had been caught by Yang Chen, there was no chance to take it back. No matter how much spiritual power he used to control the glass bottle, it was still held in Yang Chen's hand, and it could no longer move. The 5 hooks circled around and grabbed at Yang Chen from 5 different directions. At this time, Yang Chen's situation was very delicate. The immortal slaying saber was restrained by the dragon pagoda and could not exert its power for the time being. His empty hand was holding the glass bottle and could not free his hand. It seemed that Yang Chen could only watch helplessly as the 5 elements hook grabbed him. It looked like Ao Sun was about to succeed. However, in that instant the situation changed again. Yang Chen grabbed the huge glass bottle and waved it around, blocking all of Ao Sun's 5 element chains. The glass bottle was so big that it could easily cover Yang Chen's entire body. Boom! There was another loud sound. Although Yang Chen blocked the attack of the 5 element chains, Ao Sun took advantage of this opportunity to use the high speed of the mysterious Heaven Dark Sea Shuttle to pierce through Yang Chen's gap. A dragon horn ruthlessly stabbed into Yang Chen's body, producing a loud sound. The surface of Yang Chen's body flashed with a golden light, and the golden bell appeared again, blocking the fierce attack of the dragon horn. However, as expected, a clear groove appeared on the golden bell. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Yang Chen's right hand let go of Xiao Tian's body, which was equivalent to letting go of the handle of the immortal slaying saber. His free hand grabbed the dragon horn that was about to retreat. Crack! The crisp sound of a dragon horn snapping reached everyone's ears. Ao Sun quickly retreated. When his figure reappeared, he was missing a dragon horn, and blood was flowing from the broken part. Wu Shuang, catch! With Yang Chen's shout, Ao Sun's broken dragon horn flew from Yang Chen's hand to Shi Wushuang. Shi Wushuang smiled and quickly put the dragon horn into her Qiankuan bag. She did not forget to thank her husband from afar. Thank you, husband. Shi Wushuang could not help but be happy. This was a fresh dragon horn from a peak wood attribute golden immortal expert. Was there any better material to strengthen her life flying sword than this? Her husband had just given Sun Qingxue a dragon claw and said that he would compensate her. Now, the compensation came immediately. Ao Sun twisted his neck, and the dragon horn on his head began to grow rapidly. It seemed that the injury just now had no effect on Ao Senator. The golden bell on Yang Chen's body also slowly recovered, and after a while, it returned to normal. Yang Chen's right hand had already grabbed Xiao Tian's body. Just now, Xiao Tian was still controlling the beheading immortal saber. Its tail was still wrapped around Yang Chen's wrist. It could be said that the power of the attack had not weakened. Seeing this scene, Ao Sun understood that Xiao Tian was really too abnormal. As long as he helped, It did not matter if Yang Chen did not need to hold the saber handle. Everyone saw that Yang Chen had been grabbing Xiao Tian, but it was just a habit. If they wanted to rely on this to plot against Yang Chen, they had made a mistake. Originally, Ao Sen's plan was very good. The glass bottle would restrain Yang Chen's left hand, and the dragon pagoda would restrain Yang Chen's right hand. He could take the opportunity to attack. Unfortunately, the plan was good, but the reality was too cruel. I actually do not like to use this kind of protective magic weapon. Ao Sen opened his mouth again. I thought that I could block your power by relying on my own body, but it seems that I was wrong. At the same time, a golden bell phantom appeared on his body. The dragon shadows hovering above it were twice as many as on Yang Chen's side. People couldn't help but be surprised. How many of his own race did Ao Sen kill to have so many dragon spirits? Before, I always disapproved of one's strength, but after seeing you, I believe it. At this time, Ao Sen's words were full of admiration, not the previous tone of contempt. The sarcastic expression on his face disappeared without a trace, and was replaced with a very solemn and serious face. I am very curious, how long can this power of yours last? You can try. Yang Chen smiled and replied. In addition, you should be careful, I have been using the spiritual power of the fire attribute before. Boom. As he spoke, the dragon pagoda and the immortal beheading saber collided intensely again. The power of this collision was unprecedented, so much so that one of the eaves on one of the floors of Ao Sen's dragon tower was directly cut in half by Yang Chen's beheading immortal blade, which was wrapped in the great yin and yang 5 elements. The dragon pagoda, which had previously been able to fight evenly with Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber, finally suffered damage for the first time. The spiritual power that erupted from the great yin-yang 5 elemental arts and the Big Dipper Earth Terminus formation was not something that a fire attribute spiritual power could compare to. Its might was increased by tens of times. Ao Sen's body was pushed back for a long time before he stabilized himself in the air. However, Ao Sen's next action caused all the cultivators who saw it to feel fear from the depths of their hearts. Seeing that the dragon pagoda was damaged, Ao Sen did not say anything and used his dragon claws to dig at his own body. In the blink of an eye, a large lump of flesh with bones was grabbed by Ao Sen and stuffed into the dragon pagoda. Soon, the parts of the dragon pagoda that were damaged by Yang Chen were as good as new, and the huge wound that Ao Sen had dug out had mostly recovered. Chapter 2463. Ao Sen actually used his own flesh and bones to refine the dragon pagoda. If they did not see this scene with their own eyes, no one would believe such a cruel fact. No wonder Ao Sen's dragon pagoda was his life-bonded magic treasure. So it was refined from his own flesh and bones. In this world, was there a magic treasure that was more obedient than his own body? The majority of the fiend race also used a part of their own body to refine their life-bonded magic treasure. However, there had never been a case where a life-bonded magic treasure was damaged and they immediately dug out a large chunk of their own flesh to repair it. At most, if the life-bonded magic treasure was damaged, everyone would hide it and slowly refine it to repair it. No matter what, it would take a very long time. However, Ao Sen's method toppled the common sense of all cultivators. This fellow was not only ruthless to his enemies, he was ruthless to his own clansmen, and he was even more ruthless to himself. He did not only treat his enemies like Yang Chen as refinement materials, he also treated his own clansmen as refinement materials. Even his own body was his refinement material. From this point, it could be seen that Ao Sen was a complete lunatic. Yang Chen even suspected that the reason why this fellow's cultivation remained at the peak of the golden immortal realm was because when he was imprisoned, he would dig out his own flesh and bones to refine magic treasures. Ao Lan, Long Quang, and the rest of the dragon race experts were clearly frightened by this scene. They had seen crazy people before, but they had never seen someone this crazy. They originally thought that Long Can and Long K were already mentally abnormal because they were born with crippled limbs. However, in front of Ao Sun, it was like the difference between a baby and a giant. Good. What made everyone even crazier was that Ao Sun actually cheered at this moment. Fortunately, you still had a few moves left. If you could not do anything now, then wouldn't it be very boring for us? Of course, Yang Chen would not easily expose his trump cards. Even when he was helping Gong Sunling refine Ao Sen's Mountain River geographical map, Yang Chen still held back. An all-out attack was an all-out attack, but only the spiritual power of the fire attribute, third fire and fourth fire. This was in line with Yang Chen's innate attributes, at least in the eyes of others. If they did not know that Yang Chen was a direct descendant, they would also regard Yang Chen as a fire attribute cultivator. This was because Yang Chen's entire body was displaying a fiery nature, and it was a very domineering fiery nature, which could not be faked. Ordinary cultivators would never be able to imagine that a cultivator with a full attribute spiritual root would be able to imbue all of his spiritual power with a fire attribute. Even in front of Black Heaven sects Sect Master Wang and Sect Master Li, Yang Chen had always behaved like this and had never been suspected. Ao Sun could only sense Yang Chen's attributes through the Mountain River geographical map. Naturally, he did not know too much. However, when Yang Chen used his full attribute spiritual power to attack, the power of the great Yin-Yang 5 elemental art had increased by several times due to the 5 elements complementing each other. With the addition of the Heavenly Dipper treasure refining art and the Earth Fiend sacrificial formation, the power of the attack had increased by several dozen times. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would have already been seriously injured or even killed due to being caught off guard. However, this fellow Ao Sin was indeed abnormal. He only lost a corner of the Dragon Pagoda. Because there were hundreds of trillions of crazy demonic beasts sharing his life, Ao Sun did not even care about the damage to his body and casually used his body to repair the magic treasure. Such a terrifying scene, how could people not feel their blood run cold? Looks like you are also bringing out your true ability. Then let's go all out and have a good fight. Ao Sun was now clearly excited, the excitement on his face. The surrounding people were all shocked. This fellow could not be a masochist, right? The more miserable he was being tossed around, the more excited he became. Ao Sun did not care about everyone's gazes and threw the Dragon Pagoda. Just as everyone was wondering why he threw the Dragon Pagoda, Ao Sun slammed his head into the Dragon Pagoda. Under everyone's gaze, a hexagonal pedestal appeared on Ao Sun's head. It looked exactly the same as the pedestal of the Dragon Palace's control hub. Then the Dragon Pagoda seemed to be attracted by something and steadily flew to the pedestal. There was a soft kata sound as the Dragon Pagoda settled down on the pedestal. The Dragon Pagoda on his head looked like it had a third horn. Ao Sun opened his mouth and let out a long roar. His body flickered with a golden light and the dragon image on the golden bell flew around, almost completely covering Ao Sun's body. Following that, the 5 elemental hooks flew up at the same time and wrapped around Ao Sun's 4 claws. The last hook wrapped around Ao Sun's tail. It could be said that Ao Sun's entire body was now a weapon. The reason why it was almost was because whether it was his back or his abdomen, he did not have any particularly sharp attacks. But soon everyone knew what Ao Sun used to make up for it. Dragon horns on Ao Sun's back. There were at least 10 dragon horns of various attributes, as if they were grown on Ao Sun's back. Seeing Ao Sun's equipment, Yang Chen already understood how the water and fire twin dragon horns distributed to Gao Yu were used on the Dragon Clan. This was not the end. Ao Sun seemed to be demonstrating to Yang Chen the true use of the Dragon Clan's magic weapon. The mysterious Sky Dark Sea shuttle merged into Ao Sun's body under everyone's gaze. Then everyone saw a lightning-fast shadow of Ao Sun flying around Yang Chen's body at a high speed. Even with good eyes, they could only see a shadow. Fortunately, everyone could still use their spiritual awareness to detect Ao Sen's location at all times. Just when everyone was rejoicing in their hearts, a jade-like magic weapon appeared and wrapped around Ao Senator the sea-pouring jasper cup. In addition to being able to condense the 10th water spiritual liquid in the sea, it also had a very powerful effect, which was to shield the exploration of spiritual awareness. Ao Sen's body appeared opposite to Yang Chen. Everyone could see it, but no one could detect it with their spiritual awareness, as if standing there was just a shadow that did not exist. But everyone knew very well that Ao Sen was there. When he moved at high speed during the battle, perhaps no one could catch him. The Dragon Pagoda, the Golden Bell, the mysterious Sky Dark Sea Shuttle, the 5 Elements Rope Hook, the Dragon Horns, and the sea-pouring Jasper Cup had all appeared, leaving only the Mountain River Geographical Map and the Dragon Clan Gourd. The Mountain River Geographical Map had refined 1/10 of the Demon Realm, providing Ao Sen with a steady stream of monster beast vitality. It was already working, but what about the Dragon Clan Gourd? Aren't you tired of holding it in your hands? Ao Sen seemed to be dispelling Yang Chen's doubts and asked with a smile. Although it is just a tool that we usually refine to hold wine, if there are several oceans in it, how fast can you maintain it in your hands? Chapter 2464. Under his grip, the glass bottle was definitely damaged, but Yang Chen could clearly feel that the bottle was recovering on its own. Needless to say, it must be the method Ao Sen used to repair the Dragon Pagoda to repair the glass bottle. Sharp-tongued, Ao Sen did not seem to care about the injuries on his body, and directly asked with a smile, "Could it be that you still have some hidden cards?" Hearing Ao Sen's words, Yang Chen's first reaction was to throw away the glass bottle in his hand. However, at this time, it was already a bit too late. The glass bottle seemed to have a strong suction force that firmly stuck the bottle and Yang Chen's hand, making it impossible for him to get rid of it for a while. Good technique. Good strength. While praising Yang Chen, the big wound on Ao Sen's tail had already slowly closed. The glass bottle in Yang Chen's hand turned out to be the magic weapon corresponding to the Dragon Gourd. Only its appearance had changed, but its function had not changed, and it could still hold a large amount of liquid. Ao Sen's target from the beginning of this attack was Xiao Tian. He wanted to remove the factors that could bring Yang Chen victory one by one, and let Yang Chen also taste the taste of failure. The familiar dragon aura coming from the beads made Yang Chen instantly understand that these beads were all shrunken dragon bead. It must be known that Yang Chen obtained a dragon bead from the treasure house left by Ao Guang, and later gave it to Xiao Tian. A funny scene appeared. Everyone could not see Ao Sen's body, and their spiritual sense could not detect Ao Sen's existence, but Yang Chen was holding a small piece of grappling hook in his hand, and under the crazy swing, a burst of rumbling sounds rang out in the surrounding open space, and a huge pit appeared out of nowhere in the ground, mixed with Ao Sen's uncontrollable scream of panic. It really made people want to laugh. But just as Ao Sen's voice fell, Yang Chen's right hand, which was originally grabbing Xiao Tian's beheading immortal saber, had already reached down and grabbed the hook on his leg. With a strong lift, he began to indiscriminately swing it left and right. At Yang Chen's side, the beheading immortal saber slowly flew up by itself. Then, it slowly separated from Yang Chen's side and flew in another direction. It floated high in the air, its blade shining, waiting for the next attack. A series of swings ended with Ao Sen breaking his wrist. When Yang Chen tossed a small portion of the dragon tail to the Murong sisters, Ao Sen reappeared. Yang Chen looked like a miniature Herculean ape king, incomparably ferocious. Xiao Tian's injury aroused Yang Chen's ferocious nature. He seized the opportunity to give Ao Sen a heavy blow. Yang Chen didn't say anything and took back Xiao Tian. He sent 2 8th-grade Lingji mushroom jade pills into Xiao Tian's mouth and sent him back to the Dragon Tower. Good material, good workmanship. Yang Chen also did not want to be outdone. He was talking about the part of Ao Sen's body that was given to the Murong sisters. Boom! The dragon tower appeared directly and blocked the beheading immortal saber. Without waiting for Yang Chen to observe what kind of damage the beheading immortal saber had caused, he suddenly felt a sense of alarm. His head jerked back, and a sharp hook brushed past Yang Chen's nose. It was only a hair away from opening a horizontal cut on Yang Chen's face. Just avoiding his head, Yang Chen's stomach hurt. A series of attacks fell on Yang Chen's soft stomach. The golden bell flashed in time, and was scratched by a series of dragon claws, leaving more than a dozen deep marks. Yang Chen just wanted to understand this, and Ao Sen's attack had already begun. The figure just flashed, and Ao Sen's whole body disappeared. No matter how Yang Chen used his spiritual awareness, he could not find Ao Sen's position. Even if Yang Chen used the spiritual awareness threads cultivated by the Three Purities' secret art, it was the same. Fortunately, Yang Chen, as an executioner, was extremely sensitive to the murderous intent. When he noticed that there was a murderous intent in his chest, the beheading immortal saber slashed out without thinking. "Let's see how you can hurt me without this little guy's attack bonus." Ao Sen's figure did not appear, but his voice sounded in everyone's ears, and he was very proud. More than a dozen egg-sized beads, like cannonballs, smashed into Xiao Tian's body that was wrapped around his wrist. More than a dozen beads were arranged in a line. Xiao Tian had almost no space to escape, and all of them were solidly hit. With both hands together, Yang Chen was sure that he could pull the bottle open, but it was clear that Ao Sen would not give him this opportunity. As long as he moved, Ao Sen's attack would definitely come. Even if Yang Chen could easily take this weight and not be crushed, Yang Chen's speed was greatly restrained. Not to mention that Yang Chen did not have the mysterious Sky Dark Sea shuttle in his hands. Even if he used the shuttle, it was impossible to match the speed of Ao Sen, who was also equipped with the mysterious Sky Dark Sea shuttle. Originally, he thought that the dragon beads could only increase the cultivation of the Dragon Clan and the descendants of the Dragon Clan. When he fought with Ao Lan and Long Quang, he did not see them use the dragon beads to attack. At this moment, seeing Ao Sen use the dragon beads to attack, Yang Chen realized that the dragon's body was a treasure, and the dragon beads were also great offensive magic weapons. Before he had time to repair the golden bell, Yang Chen's legs tightened, as if they were entangled by a strong hook, and he could not untie them for a while. That was because Yang Chen had such a terrifying physical strength. If it was another cultivator, or even a Dragon Clan expert like Long Quang, with the power of several seas pressing down on them, even if they were not injured, they would not be able to move freely. However, just as Yang Chen exerted force on his legs, he heard a series of banging sounds on his right hand. This was because Yang Chen had wrongly blamed Ao Lan and Long Quang. It was not that the Dragon Clan did not use the dragon beads to attack, but they did not use them easily. For the Dragon Clan, the dragon beads could be said to be the source of their life. A slight injury would endanger their life. Only someone like Ao Sen, who had killed countless of his own clansmen and obtained countless dragon beads, would use them like this. In the past, Xiao Tian had never been injured in battle. However, this time, under the powerful attack of Ao Sen's dragon beads, even someone as strong as Xiao Tian vomited blood from the bombardment of the dragon beads. He had no choice but to spit out the immortal beheading saber. His entire body fell limp on Yang Chen's arm, unable to move. He had the intention to crush the bottle body with one hand, but the bottle body suddenly became not so hard, soft, sticky, and with a strong toughness. No matter how hard Yang Chen tried, he couldn't crush the bottle body. The second primordial spirit carried all the killing intent of the immortal beheading stage and the blood corp. Finally, it could control the immortal beheading saber alone to face a strong enemy. A smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. So this was the intention of smashing the glass bottle. If it could hit Yang Chen and injure Yang Chen, it would be like a heavy hammer. If it could not, it would be like a sticky chain, an immovable burden. Why don't you try it yourself and you will know? Yang Chen replied with a smile. However, this level of attack would not cause any harm to Yang Chen. As long as Yang Chen exerted force with his legs, he would be able to break it in an instant. Chapter 2465. Ao Sun obviously did not expect that Yang Chen would give up holding the immortal beheading saber. In his impression, whether it was the news from Long Kan, Long Ke, Yang Chen and the Zhao family, or when Yang Chen crazily smashed the space in his mountain river geographical map, it was always the image of Yang Chen holding the immortal beheading saber. In addition to the previous news that Yang Chen was an executioner, many cultivators, including Ao Sun, thought that Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber was only suitable to be held in the hand, and not suitable to be used as a flying sword. Even Yang Chen's wives and concubines had this concept, at least they had never seen their husband use the immortal beheading saber. He also used the mysterious Sky Dark Sea shuttle to travel, and had never used the immortal beheading saber. As for cutting people, it must be the classic image of Yang Chen holding it in his hand and Xiao Tian wrapping it around his wrist. They knew that their husband's second primordial spirit had become the weapon spirit of the immortal beheading saber, but no one knew how powerful the second primordial spirit was as a weapon spirit. Now, it was also the time for them to broaden their horizons. A fierce killing intent directly enveloped a radius of dozens of miles. It could be said that as long as it was within this range, all living things, whether tangible or intangible, could not escape. The friends of Yang Chen who were watching the battle were not affected by this killing intent, because the second primordial spirit consciously avoided them, but other places were not so peaceful. If there was any movement in this area, it would be locked by the crazy killing intent, and then it would be an indiscriminate attack. The attack was very simple, either a saber from top to bottom, or a saber from left to right. It was simple and clear, but it was the most concentrated attack method. Yang Chen himself, hovering in the air, did not care about anything else. Anyway, as long as he felt a suspicious direction, he would pick up the big glass bottle and smash it. With the power of several seas smashing down, no matter what it was, it basically smashed into a pile of powder. After a while, the entire ground was smashed into a huge, deep pit. Ao Sun relied on his speed and dodged a few of the immortal beheading saber's slashes. His forehead was covered in cold sweat as he narrowly dodged a few slashes from the immortal beheading saber. What did it feel like to almost be hit by a magic treasure that you refined yourself? Ao Sun did not dare to imagine what Ao Lan and Kuang Long would think of him if he was struck by the glass bottle. It wasn't that it didn't want to take back the glass bottle. It wasn't just that it wanted to use the weight of the glass bottle to slow down Yang Chen's speed. It was just that the bottle was now in the hands of a freak like Yang Chen, so it couldn't be taken back. What was unspeakable bitterness? Ao Sun was currently in such a state. This was clearly a magic treasure that he should be controlling. However, the other party grabbed it and smashed it at him. He wanted to give up, but he couldn't bear to. He had to use his spiritual energy and flesh to repair the damage caused by Yang Chen. Right now, Ao Sun wanted to curse out loud. What the hell was this? It wasn't easy for him to break the boost that the Yazi gave to Yang Chen. In the end, Yang Chen just tossed the immortal beheading saber away and let it attack him. In that case, he should attack Yang Chen without the immortal beheading saber. However, Yang Chen's strength was simply too terrifying. As a result, if he were to engage in close combat with Yang Chen once, he would not be able to escape without leaving something behind. Now that he had come into contact with Xiao Chen 3 times, he had already lost a complete arm, a claw, a horn, and half a tail. If he were to engage in close combat again, who knew what price he would have to pay? Fortunately, the immortal beheading saber had finally left Yang Chen's hands. With Ao Sun's speed, he could split some energy to attack Yang Chen. Boom! This time, Yang Chen accurately punched out, striking the top of the dragon pagoda that was thrusting at him. Since it was the fist that made contact, the golden bell did not appear, nor was it damaged. The Immortal World's yellow scarf strongman body tempering art's second layer brought about a powerful physical body that was comparable to the strongest magic treasure of the spiritual realm. The fist was fine and the top of the pagoda looked fine. However, Ao Sun hurriedly withdrew the dragon pagoda. On one hand, he dodged the incoming immortal beheading saber. On the other hand, he secretly checked the situation inside the dragon pagoda. Yang Chen's fist carried the spiritual energy cultivated by the golden body art. The golden body art contained the heavenly dipper treasure refining art, the earth fiend sacrificial formation art, and the complete universe treasure nurturing art. If it was used to refine one's own magic treasure, then these three techniques would be the best ones to refine. However, when used on the opponent's magic treasure, it would be the most ferocious technique to destroy magic treasures. Although the dragon pagoda did not have any damage on the outside, the internal structure had suffered damage that made Ao Sun's heart ache. If it was not for the fact that the dragon pagoda was refined from Ao Sun's flesh and blood, allowing him to repair the damaged parts at any time with his own flesh and blood, just this damage would have made Ao Sun cry. Fortunately, the billions of monster beasts gave Ao Sun an endless source of vitality, allowing him to consume his body almost without limit. This made Ao Sun seem to be evenly matched with Yang Chen, not falling behind. If not for this support, Ao Sun would have definitely turned and fled. He would not have stayed for long. However, there was only one thing that Ao Sun wanted to do. No matter what method he used, he had to take advantage of the moment when Yang Chen's morale was at its lowest to get rid of Yang Chen. Otherwise, if Yang Chen's aura rose again, Ao Sun would not know how to restrain Yang Chen. Long Can and Long K did not lose unjustly. Even if they admitted defeat after a single strike, it would not be unjustly. This early-stage Golden Immortal Jr. in front of them was a living monster. Even the dragon race did not have such a freak. Unknowingly, Ao Sun and Ao Lai had labeled Yang Chen a freak. Now, Ao Sun understood why Ao Lan and Long Quang transformed into human form. In front of this freak, the dragon race did not seem to have anything to be proud of. Thus, transforming into human form was not that hard to understand. Impressive. This time, at least 100 demon beasts died. As Ao Sun spoke, he moved at his fastest speed, afraid that Yang Chen and the immortal beheading saber would lock onto him. As a Tao sect disciple, shouldn't you be bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind? Why are you still killing so enthusiastically? This was Ao Sun starting to use psychological tactics. If it was when Ao Sun was imprisoned, he would not have done such a thing. However, he had no choice but to use this method to disrupt Yang Chen's thoughts. I know that you want to kill me. However, I have a huge number of demon beasts backing me up. You have never seen them before. Ao Sun's voice came from all directions. It was extremely fast. Unless you can kill all these life forms, you will not be able to do it. Kill slowly. There will be a day when I kill them all. Yang Chen smiled. He stood at his original position and casually smashed the large glass bottle. Ao Sun's figure came to an abrupt stop. Then, he had no choice but to shrink the glass bottle. If it continued to shrink, he would probably be smashed by it soon. How embarrassing would that be? Chapter 2466. Don't you Taoist cultivators pay particular attention to merit? Under the combined attacks of Yang Chen and the immortal beheading saber, Ao Sun relied on his high speed to dodge at least a dozen dangerous attacks. While he focused on dealing with the attacks, he did not forget to disturb Yang Chen. Are you not afraid of heaven's wrath for killing so indiscriminately? When the heavenly tribulation approaches, do you not feel guilty at all? If you do not feel guilty, why would I feel guilty? Yang Chen's fist once again accurately struck a certain part of Ao Sen's body. The golden bell appeared, and the golden light on it flickered several times. 10 odd dragon images circled around for a while before the crack that Yang Chen's punch created slowly mended. I am a madman, but are you also a madman? Ao Sen laughed maniacally. Of course I do not care, but do you not care at all? When Yang Chen heard Ao Sen calling himself a madman, he was stunned. This fellow was not a normal person. He had never considered things like a normal person. Talking to him was like playing the lute to a cow. However, in this moment of shock, Ao Sen saw an opportunity. He opened his dragon mouth, and an extremely sharp sword chi shot out from his throat. It accurately struck Yang Chen's body, piercing through his body. Yang Chen's body was like an arrow released from a bow. He was sent flying back at least several hundred kilometers before he lost all his momentum and fell to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Ao Sen's maniacal laughter crossed several hundred kilometers and resounded in the sky. How is the might of the boundless sword chi condensed by 8 golden dragons? This was no ordinary sword chi. It was the boundless sword chi condensed by 8 golden dragons that were at least late-stage golden immortals. The 8 golden dragons refined it at the same time according to the 8 trigrams. Took at least several thousand years to refine this sword chi. It could be said that this boundless sword chi was absolutely invincible in the spiritual realm. Even Ao Sen himself had suffered greatly from this sword chi, nearly losing his life. Of course, the owner of the sword chi had been killed by Ao Senator. The sword chi had also been secretly refined by Ao Sen, allowing him to launch a sneak attack at the crucial moment. Ao Sen originally thought that he would see Yang Chen's family panicking. He also expected to see Ao Lan, Long Quang, and the others' horrified expressions. The enemy's fear was Ao Sen's greatest pleasure. However, what surprised Ao Sen was that he did not see anyone with such an expression. Sai, although you are an ancestor, you don't understand what a true freak is. When Ao Lai saw Ao Sen's somewhat flabbergasted expression, he could not help but shake his head and remind him, that is an absolute freak who can beat you to a pulp at any time. You want to injure him with just one sword chi? It is not that I want to criticize you, but ancestor, you are still lacking. Stubborn duck. Ao Sen did not care about this dragon race junior with the lowest cultivation. Although Ao Lai had the aura of royalty of the dragon race, would Ao Sen place the royalty of the dragon race in his eyes? Right now, Ao Lai was only the worst refining material among all the dragons in the dragon clan. Bang! Just as Ao Sen was feeling pleased with himself, his second primordial spirit locked onto him and ruthlessly slashed at his waist. Blood sprayed everywhere, and Ao Sen let out a miserable howl. His entire body was split in two by the immortal beheading saber. Ao Sen's painful dragon roar directly spread over a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Yang Chen's family and friends, as well as friends of the dragon clan, who were watching the battle, all took action in time to resist the attack brought about by this strong dragon roar. Originally, Ao Sen thought that after being split in two, he would lose his combat prowess. However, as he howled, the two halves of his body started to grow. One grew downwards, the other grew upwards. Not long after, the part that was growing downwards had grown a complete hind leg and tail, becoming a complete dragon body. However, the upward growing part was slightly more troublesome. It did not grow fast enough. However, it was only because it was not fast enough. After a while, the front half of the dragon's body and a complete head grew out from its lower half. Now, after being split in two by the immortal beheading saber, Ao Sen had become two dragons. Seeing this happen, Yang Chen's wives and concubines were all startled. If this could not kill Ao Sen, then what kind of attack could take his life? When they thought of the hundreds of millions of demonic beasts behind Ao Sen, everyone felt a headache. With this number of demonic beasts, even if they lined up for Yang Chen to chop off one by one, they would probably tire Yang Chen to death. With this, Ao Sun was basically an undefeatable existence. Fortunately, Long Can and Long K obtained a pretty good cultivation technique. Of the two Ao Sens, one would be the main and the other the secondary. One would have a full set of magic treasures, while the other would be completely naked. However, at this moment, the two dragons spoke at the same time, as if they were thinking the same thing. Seeing this, everyone's heart sank. The pretty good cultivation technique that Ao Sun mentioned was definitely the cultivation technique that Yang Chen had used to split his spiritual sense. Indeed, it was the most suitable cultivation technique for Ao Sun to split in two. A fall into the pit, a gain in one's wit. After being split into two by the immortal beheading saber, Ao Sun naturally would not make the same mistake. One of the two bodies stared at the immortal beheading saber, restraining it. However, the other rushed to the crowd and shouted, "Weren't you all not worried about Yang Chen? In that case, where is he now?" Sometimes, cultivators could not be complacent. Once they were complacent, they would forget themselves. This was the case for Ao's senator. Just as Ao Sun spoke, he suddenly cried out as if he had seen a malicious spirit, "How is this possible?" At this moment, Yang Chen, who had been blasted hundreds of kilometers away by Ao Sen's boundless sword chi, slowly stood up from the ground. His body, which should have been pierced by the sword chi, did not seem to have any abnormalities. In the next moment, Yang Chen's figure disappeared and reappeared in front of Ao Senior Good Sword Chi. When Yang Chen reappeared in front of Ao Sun, the first thing he did was to give him a thumbs up. "Originally, I was worried that I had neglected Shanshan recently. In the end, you sent me such a big gift. I reserved this sword chi and planned to give it to Shanshan as a gift." "How did you manage to block this sword?" Ao Sun could not believe his eyes. It was just Yang Chen's physical body and the golden bell. How could he withstand the full power of the boundless sword chi? One had to know that the golden bell that Ao Sun refined was several tens of times stronger than the one that Yang Chen had. However, it could not withstand a single blow from the boundless sword chi. The result of receiving the blow was that he was pierced on both sides. How could Yang Chen's body not have any injuries at all? Oh, if it was something else, it would not be easy to block. However, as for sword chi, I am good at it, Yang Chen said casually. This was not Yang Chen bragging. Back then, Ancestor Lu had left behind a sword scabbard that contained the unparalleled pure Yang sword chi. Yang Chen had already refined it into his body. As long as the sword chi was not as strong as the unparalleled pure Yang sword chi, with the strength of Yang Chen's physical body, he could basically ignore it. "Take this." Ao Sun was anxious. The first Ao Sun did not move, but the second Ao Sun charged at Yang Chen. Chapter 2467. Although there was one Ao Sun that did not move, the fully armed Ao Sun was a great threat. Even someone as strong as Yang Chen had no choice but to divert most of his energy to guard against Ao Sun's attack at any time. The second Ao Sun that rushed up was even crazier than those monstrous beasts. It could be described in one word: unafraid of death. Yang Chen did not worry about those crazy fellows that did not have a conscious mind. At most, they were just relying on their instincts to act. However, it was a completely different matter for someone as abnormal as Ao Sun to rush up without any regard for his life. The beheading immortal blade slashed towards the first Ao senator. At this moment, Yang Chen had already extended his hand towards the incoming Ao senator. Yang Chen would not be afraid of Ao Sun if it was just a melee without any magic treasures. The only problem was that this fellow was like a cockroach that could not be killed. It seemed that no matter how many injuries he suffered, he would be able to recover in an instant. Boom, 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 boom. After a few continuous attacks, Yang Chen had already torn off half of Ao Sun's arm, a large piece of dragon skin with scales, and an entire dragon horn. Even so, Ao Sun did not seem to feel it. His long body took the opportunity to wrap around Yang Chen. More than a dozen dragon balls flew over from afar and smashed towards Yang Chen's head. Facing this kind of attack, Yang Chen did not dare to be careless. Just as he dodged, his sea of consciousness shook. More than a dozen foreign consciousnesses rushed into his sea of consciousness. In an instant, Yang Chen understood that the melee with the second Aosen was just a means to restrain him. The real attack was still this. More than a dozen consciousnesses, they were clearly the divine senses of more than a dozen dragon spirit. These were the golden immortal experts of the dragon clan that Aosen had killed and refined into artifact spirit. What was even more frightening was that all of these dragon spirits had actually cultivated Yang Lan's divine sense splitting technique. Although they seemed to be single individuals, they had actually completely integrated into one. When Yang Chen collided with Long Can and Long K in Yang Lan's sea of consciousness, Long Can and Long K had the impression that Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation base couldn't be seen through, but his concealment was so strong that they couldn't find him at all. From this, Aosen deduced that Yang Chen's spiritual sense cultivation was definitely much higher than his spiritual energy cultivation. It might even be close to the level of Long Can and Long Quebec. At the very least, he was at the peak of the golden immortal stage. Unfortunately, although Aosen's guess was in the right direction, the exact number was not just 1 or 2 points off. Yang Chen's divine sense cultivation was indeed much stronger than his spiritual power cultivation, but it was not just one big realm higher, but 2 big realms higher, reaching the peak of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. This mistake caused Aosen to pay the price. Of course, the price was that he came face to face with Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, and then forcibly attacked the dozens of dragon spirits in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. Don't look at the dozens of golden immortal level spiritual awareness dragon spirits merging into one, and the spiritual awareness cultivation base directly broke through the peak of golden immortal and entered the early Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm. However, when they faced the situation in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, even if they had died once, they were completely shocked. The legendary soaring Heaven King Palace actually appeared in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. Every detail was almost exactly the same as what they had heard. As for the parts that even they didn't know the details, they were also very detailed, as if this soaring Heaven King Palace was real. If it was just like this, it would be fine, but this soaring Heaven King Palace revealed a supreme and venerable aura that was not concealed at all. It filled the entire space majestically, making any consciousness that entered this space have an impulse to worship it immediately. The second consciousness of Aosen, who was originally playing the role of commander, just rushed into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, but it was suppressed by the powerful aura and could not move. The image of Aosen, which was formed by the consciousness of the spiritual body, actually had an uncontrollable desire to prostrate and worship. Aosen couldn't believe what he saw. How could it be? Yang Chen was just an early golden immortal. How could he have such a terrifying sea of consciousness? What was more frightening was that he found that he was almost unable to resist the imposing aura. It seemed that, if he relaxed a little, the part of consciousness that rushed into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness would kneel down in front of Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. How could this be? Not to mention the second primordial spirit, even the consciousness of the first body of Aosen could not tolerate all this. They were fighting so happily outside, but after rushing into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness with great difficulty, they had to kneel down in front of Yang Chen. What was the point of fighting? You came at the right time. A consciousness floated in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. The coiling dragon pillar in the numinous sky hall just happens to be lacking some decorations. I'll help you. A terrifying suction force came from the top of the numinous sky hall. There was a white pearl at the top that was emitting a powerful suction force that sucked in all the dragon spirits that rushed in. No matter how Aosen's spirit body struggled, no matter how the dozen or so dragon spirits resisted, the powerful force completely ignored their struggles, ignored their resistance, and slowly pulled them closer to the white pearl. When the spiritual body finally came into contact with the edge of the pearl, the resistance could no longer be maintained. All the spiritual bodies were completely absorbed by the white pearl. The white pearl had helped Yang Chen purify his spiritual sense in the past. The spiritual sense of that zenith heaven golden immortal in the immortal world was completely purified by the white pearl into the purest spiritual sense for Yang Chen to absorb and assimilate. Now that the dragon spirits entered the white pearl, they enjoyed almost the same treatment. However, there was a slight difference. It did not completely purify their spiritual sense into pure spiritual sense. Instead, it refined all the restrictions on their spiritual bodies, all the restrictions that formed on their spiritual bodies after they died, leaving only the most fundamental dragon race origin spiritual body. The last step of this refinement was to erase the memories of these dragon spirit. Even so, when Yang Chen personally felt that these spiritual bodies were about to have their memories erased, they all thanked Yang Chen's sea of consciousness very solemnly. Being controlled by a madman like Ao Sin was not a pleasant process, nor was there any peace and tranquility. Perhaps they could obtain all this from Yang Chen. At least they would not be bound anymore. As long as they were willing, they could completely dissipate. However, none of these dragon spirits chose to dissipate completely. They all chose to have their memories erased, becoming the purest, most original, and purest dragon race spiritual bodies. These dragon spirits flew out of the white pearl freely. They each chose a coiling dragon pillar in the numinous sky hall and coiled around it. The coiling dragon pillar that Yang Chen mentioned finally lived up to its name. There were indeed dragon spirits entrenched on it, becoming a genuine coiling dragon pillar. Chapter 2468. Ao Sen's own consciousness, under the constant struggle, was completely refined by the white bead, becoming the purest source of spiritual awareness, once again supplementing Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. After cultivating Yang Lan's cultivation technique, Ao Sen could feel almost all the changes that occurred. At the very least, he knew everything before his consciousness was erased. Thus, when Yang Chen's sea of consciousness was undergoing the last step, Ao Sen had already made a move outside. Half of the second Ao Sen's consciousness rushed into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness and was refined by Yang Chen. The remaining half was definitely not Yang Chen's opponent. Thus, Ao Sen did not think much and directly controlled the second half of his body to self-destruct. Originally, Ao Sen had wrapped himself around Yang Chen's body and wanted to use spiritual energy to launch a sneak attack. Now that the sneak attack had failed, the explosion of Ao Sen's body that was wrapped around Yang Chen's body could cause great damage to Yang Chen. Boom! Under Ao Sen's control, the second Ao Sen's body had already concentrated its power and exploded around Yang Chen's body. Madman! Truly a madman! Seeing this scene, even Ao Lan could not help but shake her head and sigh. Although Ao Sen's performance was very crazy at the start, he was still one of Ao Lan's ancestors. Ao Lan was still very unwilling to admit this. However, after seeing the self-destruct move that attacked Yang Chen, Ao Sen could not help but mutter. The women were also somewhat worried, but none of them stepped forward. They believed in their husband from the bottom of their hearts and believed that their husband would not be killed by a crazy dragon's self-destruction. The golden bell on Yang Chen's body flashed, but it only withstood a portion of the power before Yang Chen withdrew it. Even the dragon image did not have time to appear. The power of Ao Sen's self-destruction that Ao Sen controlled around Yang Chen's body was almost completely withstood by Yang Chen's physical body. At least in the eyes of Ao Sen, this was the case. Yang Chen did not use any protective magic weapon, did not use the golden bell, did not use the beheading immortal blade, just his own flesh body, and all the power of the explosion of his second body was taken. The flesh and blood of the explosion had not had time to be blown away by the power of the explosion. A huge Qianquan bag appeared beside Yang Chen, and all the bones, flesh, and skin that had turned into debris were collected in it. This is a good thing, it cannot be wasted. After collecting them, Yang Chen acted as if nothing had happened and threw the cosmos sack to Lady Feng Hua. Feng Hua, it is not bad to cook it and eat it when there is nothing. Madame Feng Hua gave Yang Chen a charming smile from afar. She smiled and took the Qianquan bag, and then handed it over to an apprentice who was also Yang Chen's concubine. Her long beautiful smile almost became a line. All the women had smiles in their eyes, but Ao Sen's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Without using the golden bell's protection, Yang Chen's physical body was even stronger than the golden bell. This was something Ao Sen did not expect. "Senior, you don't seem to be very familiar with the mountain river geographical map." Yang Chen's voice was still calm. "I'm afraid that when Senior was imprisoned, Senior was not able to use the mountain river geographical map to its full potential. Let me guess." Without waiting for Ao Sen to reply, Yang Chen said, "Actually, the mountain river geographical map is still under Long Can's control. It just does not belong to him, right? Whether it was refining the spirit world or the demon world, it was all due to Long Can's hard work. It has nothing to do with Senior, right?" "So what if it is?" Ao Sen replied coldly. He was a proud fellow, and the dragon race was also a proud race. Although Ao Sen did not really place Long Can and Long K in his eyes, he was not wretched to the point of denying Long Can's hard work. This also solved one of the doubts in Yang Chen's heart. He had been wondering why Gong Sunling was able to make Long Can not do anything else while she was refining the other party's space. If that was the case, then it could be explained. Because of this, although Long Can could use the mountain river geographical map to refine the space, he was unable to share his life force with the demonic beasts inside. Ao Sen was able to do this because the mountain river geographical map was refined by him and belonged to him. Furthermore, it could be controlled by the Dragon Pagoda. Ao Sen now had no choice but to take Yang Chen seriously. He had used almost all of his trump cards, but they were all broken by Yang Chen one after another. The magic treasures that Ao Sen was so proud of, his strong physical body, and even his cultivation were unable to cause any substantial harm to Yang Chen. On the contrary, Yang Chen had already repeatedly injured himself. If not for Ao Sen's final trump card of sharing his life force, he might have lost his life here. At this moment, Ao Sen was in awe of himself for challenging Yang Chen the moment he escaped the cage. If it had been another day, when Yang Chen's morale was not at its lowest after being toyed with by him, Ao Sen would have suffered even more. From the start, Ao Sen had placed most of his attention on Yang Chen. This decision was indeed correct. If there was anyone in the spiritual realm who could put him in such a sorry state after he escaped, it would probably be this Yang Chen. On account of Big Sister Aolan, if Senior is willing to accept the internal punishment of the dragon race and follow Big Sister Aolan's orders to turn over a new leaf, we will stop here. Yang Chen looked at Big Sister Aolan and thought about what Big Sister Aolan had done before. In the end, he still gave Big Sister Aolan some face. To be able to exchange pointers with Senior, this junior is very honored. In the end, Big Sister Aolan was the dragon race's princess. She had her own pride. Earlier, she had held back in the fight with Long Can and Long K because she did not want Yang Chen to interfere. Actually, whether it was Long Can and Long K or Ao Sen, they were all internal matters of the dragon race. In his previous life, Yang Chen did not even know about them. Thinking about it, Big Sister Aolan probably hoped that these matters could be resolved within the dragon race. Otherwise, she would not have lied to Yang Chen. If not for a slip of the tongue, perhaps Yang Chen would not even know of Ao Sen's existence. Big Sister Aolan would probably find it difficult to be stuck between a fellow dragon race member and a friend like Yang Chen. Since Big Sister Aolan hoped for this, Yang Chen would not usurp the host's authority and make the decision for her. At this point, Ao Sen would not be able to do anything to Yang Chen for now. It was better to leave the choice to Ao Sen, to Big Sister Ao Lan, and to the dragon race themselves. Indeed, Yang Chen's words caused Big Sister Ao Lan's side to feel grateful. When she looked at Yang Chen, her gaze was a complicated expression of gratitude mixed with gratification. Yang Chen smiled at Big Sister Ao Lan and did not say anything else. There were some things that did not need to be said. Everyone knew what he meant. Ha 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 ha! Ao Sen let out a burst of unbridled laughter. What a joke! What a great joke! Chapter 2469. It would be a lie to say that Ao Sen did not fear Yang Chen in his heart. Up until now, Ao Sen feared Yang Chen more than any other cultivator. Not to mention his powerful physical body, Ao Sen's trump card could not compare to Yang Chen's. His transcendent magic treasures could only match Yang Chen's at best, and that was only because Ao Sen repaired them quickly. As for Yang Chen, he had taken out the Immortal beheading saber and the golden bell was no longer needed. In Ao Sen's eyes, the boundless sword qi that could kill in one move had no effect on Yang Chen. It had only knocked him back several hundred kilometers. After that, not only did Yang Chen receive the sword qi, he even returned to his original position without any injuries. Originally, Ao Sen wanted to rely on his advantage in cultivation and numbers to use his spiritual sense to destroy Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. In the end, he saw the horrifying soaring Heaven King Palace. Not only did it take away his puppet dragon spirits, it even absorbed half of his dragon spirits, forcing Ao Sen to explode his clone. Only then was it barely a draw. Now, Ao Sen's only support was the crazy demonic beasts in his mountain river geographical map. The huge number of crazy demonic beasts could share their lives with Ao Senator. This could provide Ao Sen with an endless source of life, allowing him to be fearless of death. Aside from this, Ao Sen did not have any other advantages. Just as Yang Chen said, the true control of the mountain river geographical map was not in Ao Sen's hands. Instead, it was in Long Can's hands. Ao Sen had just escaped and took over the mountain river geographical map. He had not even figured out how to use it. Another point was that Ao Sen had used a special method to link his mountain river geographical map with Gong Suanling's. Not to mention that he was unable to separate them, he was at a disadvantage in terms of refinement. If Ao Sen had known that Gong Suanling's mountain river geographical map was so powerful, he would not have played like this, being controlled by others. Under such circumstances, not to mention that Ao Sen could not completely control the mountain river geographical map, even if he could, he would still be restricted by Gong Sunling. Even if he could not use his strongest defensive and offensive methods, it would not change the current situation. However, if Xiao Chen wanted Ao Sen to surrender and obey the orders of his junior, Ao Lan, and accept punishment, how was that possible? Ao Sen had been imprisoned for such a long time and had yet to have a chance to vent the resentment in his heart. Seeing Ao Lan, Kuang Long, and Kuang Long not killing them and pulling out their tendons was already giving them a lot of face. Yet, they still wanted him to surrender without a fight. Wasn't this a joke? On the other side, Ao Sen was laughing maniacally, looking somewhat hysterical. However, Yang Chen did not laugh. Yang Chen's family did not laugh either. Yang Chen's friends also did not laugh. The dragon race's people also did not laugh. Everyone was quietly waiting for Ao Sen to calm down and make a decision. Soon, Ao Sen was affected by this strange atmosphere and stopped laughing maniacally. When he saw the look of anticipation in Ao Lan's eyes, he could not help but laugh coldly again. Dream on. After I kill you, I will kill all of you. I will refine you all into the most powerful magic treasures in the spiritual realm. Then, I will bring you all to the immortal world to settle the score with those old fellows. Ao Sen was not planning on cooperating to the end. For some reason, Kuang Long and the other Long clan members even heaved a sigh of relief. As members of the dragon race, logically speaking, they should not be willing to see their own race suffer. However, the ancestor of the royal race, Aosen, was an exception. Yang Chen also looked at his elder sister Aolan. He still had to wait for her to make all the decisions. As the spokesperson of the dragon race's royal race in the spiritual realm, Aolan's decision represented the dragon monarch's decision. Seeing the unruly Aosen, Aolan turned her head to look at the other members of her race. In the end, she let out a long sigh and nodded heavily at Yang Chen's side. Although Aosen was a member of the dragon race and the royal race at that, he had already gone completely crazy. He did not treat his fellow clansmen as companions. Such a fellow might be better off dead than alive. At the very least, he would not threaten the lives of his clansmen. Just by looking at the number of dragon pearls that Aosen used to plot against Shao Tian, it was clear how many of his clansmen Aosen had killed. This crazy fellow had never thought of repentance. Even now, he only looked at everyone based on the quality of the materials. When all the dragon race experts saw Aolan's action, they all heaved a sigh of relief. This was a very strange phenomenon. It was like all the dragon race experts were very confident in Yang Chen. Even though Yang Chen had not managed to injure Aosen in the slightest, everyone believed that Yang Chen would have a way to deal with him. Even the dragon race was like this. Needless to say, Yang Chen's wives and concubines were all the more confident in Yang Chen. Aosen might be jumping around happily now, but that was only because her husband had not killed him yet. Everyone firmly believed in this. This was the thing that Aosen could not tolerate the most. Why? Yang Chen had clearly not managed to injure him, but why did everyone, including the dragon race experts, have such strong confidence in Yang Chen and not think highly of him? After killing you, I will refine you into a puppet and bring you to the immortal world for your ancestor to see. When Aosen unleashed his killing intent without hiding it, Aosen actually calmed down. He was no longer as furious as before. Thank you. However, I think it would be better for me to meet the ancestor personally. There is no need to trouble Senior, Yang Chen said with a calm smile. He did not care about Aosen's infuriating words. As Aosen spoke, his second primordial spirit controlled the immortal beheading saber to fly back to Yang Chen's hand. This scene caused Aosen's eyes to widen involuntarily. He could not understand what Yang Chen was trying to do. If Yang Chen wanted to use the immortal beheading saber to deal with him, the Dragon Tower had already blocked dozens of attacks from the immortal beheading saber. Could it be that Yang Chen was naive enough to think that the immortal beheading saber could do anything to him without the support of Shao Tian? Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. When Yang Chen grasped the handle of the immortal beheading saber, he uttered a few catchphrases. Senior, you want to kill me. This karma, I will accept it. Yang Lan was the enemy that understood Yang Chen the most. Therefore, he understood Yang Chen's habits and catchphrases. From Yang Lan, Aosen naturally knew some of Yang Chen's circumstances. He naturally understood what the words Yang Chen meant. However, Aosen could not help but widen his eyes as he stared at Yang Chen curiously. He could not imagine what other means Yang Chen had to kill him. Could it be that this sentence was just for show? This junior is a fire cultivator. Aosen would not run away. Therefore, Yang Chen would not be so anxious to make a move for fear that he would escape. Instead, he calmly explained to Ao Senior, so what? Aosen asked in a very blunt manner. Could it be that Yang Chen wanted to kill him because he was a fire cultivator? This junior has a life source true fire. Aosen guessed correctly. Yang Chen really thought so. Senior, take this. Chapter 2470. Yang Chen was a fire cultivator, and it was not unusual for a fire cultivator to have a true life fire. However, apart from some of Yang Chen's close friends, many cultivators did not know what Yang Chen's true life fire was. Judging from Yang Chen's cultivation process in the mortal world, Many people speculated that Yang Chen's true life fire was the most suitable earth fire for alchemy. But later, the news of Yang Chen's purchase of fire seeds was annihilated. No one could accurately judge what Yang Chen's true life fire was. In the spiritual world, after the profound spirit furnace was passed on to Imo-chunmei, the matter of Yang Chen's purchase of fire seeds was further explained in detail. Yang Chen's true life fire naturally became a mystery. However, many cultivators would rather believe that Yang Chen's true life fire was the most suitable fire seed for alchemy than anything else. Hearing Yang Chen's words, the one who felt the most was not Aosen, but Long Quang. When this guy had just been resurrected, he recklessly wanted to teach Yang Chen's family a lesson. As a result, he was ravaged by them one after another. It was a tragic sight. Among them was the process of him forcing Yang Chen to compete with his own life fire seed. For a long time after Long Quang's death, the horror of almost being burned to death by his own life fire seed had always been a nightmare for Long Quang. It was not until he became true friends with Yang Chen and Yang Chen's family that he was relieved. But that was enough for Long Quang to remember Yang Chen's fire-controlling technique. Now Long Quang remembered that Yang Chen did not use fire attacks when he made his move. Logically speaking, Ao Sun was of the wood attribute and would give birth to fire. If Yang Chen used fire attacks, the effect should be the best. However, Yang Chen did not use it at all. He must have been waiting for this moment. Long Quang felt a chill run down his spine. In a battle of this level, Yang Chen was still able to leisurely hide his trump card until the end. Moreover, he was not at a disadvantage in the previous battles. He didn't know what kind of leopard's guts he had eaten in the past to be so eager to seek death and suppress Yang Chen. The current Ao Sin seemed to be repeating Long Quang's bad habit from back then. Although he had paid enough attention to Yang Chen, he still did not treat Yang Chen as an expert who could take his life at any time. Perhaps this was the root cause of his big fall this time. Ha 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 ha! Ao Sun burst into laughter. He could not help but laugh out loud after hearing Yang Chen's word. This joke was too funny. Ao Sun simply could not hold it in. Even though he was still in his dragon form, Ao Sun still laughed heartily, twisting his body a few times to express his extremely amused mood. Are you planning to use the fire seed of your alchemy to deal with me? Ao Sun stopped laughing with great difficulty. However, there was still an uncontrollable smile on his face. He even said, "I'm so scared. Only those who know their stuff will be scared." Yang Chen snapped his fingers. As if he could not hear the ridicule in Ao Sen's words, he sincerely took it as a compliment. I believe that Senior would also be willing to die under such a method. Ao Sen really wanted to laugh. However, he was unable to laugh in the next moment. In front of him, a black fire dragon appeared. Its entire body was made of flames. It was vivid and lifelike, and in an instant, it became the same size as him. The reason why Ao Sen could not laugh was that he could sense the terrifying destructive power contained within the black fire dragon. However, he could not figure out what kind of fire seed was black no matter how hard he racked his brains. Whether it was a cultivator or a mortal, the unknown was the most terrifying. This was especially so when he knew that the black fire dragon was extremely powerful, but he had no impression of it at all. He did not know how to deal with it. Of course, Ao Sen's fear only lasted for an instant. He immediately regained his composure. So what if it was a powerful fire seed? Even if it could burn him black and blue, to the point where he was unrecognizable, so what? As long as he had so many crazy demonic beasts to share his life with, he might not even be able to recover from the fire. What was there to be afraid of? Ao Sun was not even afraid of Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber, so why would he be afraid of this insignificant fire dragon? Ao Sun steeled his resolve. In the next moment, he took the initiative to charge at the fire dragon. The black flames instantly surrounded Ao Sun, mercilessly burning him, turning him into a burning black torch. The sizzling sounds of Ao Sen's burning body and the crackling of his scales would cause anyone who heard it to feel their hair stand on end. However, Ao Sen seemed to be enjoying bathing in the sea of fire as he let out a satisfied laugh. How warm! Ao Sen's voice was filled with enjoyment. It was as if the flames did not bring him pain but happiness. Through the flames, everyone could see that after half of Ao Sen's scales were burnt away, they would slowly return to their original state. Then, they would start burning again, repeating the process. Is that all? After quietly letting the black flames burn him once, Ao Sen's provocative voice came from the sea of flames. His voice was filled with disdain and ridicule. Of course not. Yang Chen replied calmly. He then reminded Ao Sen, Senior, just enjoy it. I hope you like this accident. What accident? Ao Sen asked in confusion. However, he immediately shut his mouth. He understood what kind of accident it was. In Ao Sen's sea of consciousness, a white fire dragon had appeared at an unknown time. The fire dragon looked exactly the same as the black dragon outside. However, when it appeared in his sea of consciousness, Ao Sen was shocked. When did this happen? He actually did not know about it. From the moment Ao Sen's spiritual sense entered Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, Yang Chen had already controlled his spiritual sense to enter Ao Sen's sea of consciousness. The spiritual sense was too thin, to the point that Ao Sen did not notice it. At this moment, the Yin Fire Dragon followed Yang Chen's spiritual sense into Ao Sen's sea of consciousness and started burning. The dragon race had a kind of spirit-devouring dragon fire. It was Ao Lai's life fire seed. It could frantically burn a cultivator's sea of consciousness with boundless might. In Yang Chen's yin-yang heaven incinerating fire, there were at least 10 types of fire seeds with similar properties. Furthermore, it seemed to have merged all the yin-yang fire seeds in the entire spiritual world. Its might was many times stronger than the spirit-devouring dragon fire. His body and sea of consciousness were being burned by the yin-yang heaven incinerating fire. Ao Sen once again roared in pain. Then, he quickly connected to the frenzied demonic beasts and frantically extracted their life force to replenish his body and mind. Is that all you have? While enduring the pain of being burned, Ao Sen once again clamored, Is that all? It's still not enough. That's right, I forgot to tell Senior. Yang Chen's voice was still as calm as before. This junior's fire seed is called the yin-yang heaven incinerating fire. Senior can ponder why it is called the heaven incinerating fire. Chapter 2471. Ao Sen swore that this was the first time he had heard Yang Chen say the name of his own life source fire seed. Similarly, he could still swear that this was the first time he had heard the name of this kind of fire seed. What kind of fire was this yin-yang heaven burning fire? How powerful was it? Ao Sen's mind went blank. As for what did he mean by burning heaven, Ao Sen almost blurted it out. Was he bragging? Finally, he was very clear about the fearsomeness of the little guy in front of him, so he held back and did not say it. Through Long Can and Long K, Ao Sen could know the thoughts of many cultivators, and also know a lot about the current situation of cultivation. The vast majority of cultivators liked to give their own cultivation method or magic weapon a high and mighty name. Otherwise, they would not be able to show the power of the cultivator. Yin-yang heaven burning fire, this name should be the first reaction. Not to mention Ao Sen, even Yang Chen's wives and concubines knew the name of the yin-yang heaven burning fire. They also knew that their husband's fire seed was the fusion of all the fire seeds in the world. They knew that their husband's fire-controlling method was elusive, but no one had seen the true power of the yin-yang heaven burning fire. Now, Yang Chen, in front of his wives and concubines and friends, gave everyone a live performance of what was called the yin-yang heaven burning fire. What was the meaning of burning heaven in this name? The yin-yang heaven burning fire was not only burning in Ao Sen's body and sea of consciousness. because Ao Sun and those crazy monstrous beasts shared their lives, there was an inexplicable connection between their bodies. And the yin-yang heaven-burning fire relied on this connection that no one could understand, directly burning the bodies and sea of consciousness of those monstrous beasts. What was burning in Ao Sun's body and sea of consciousness was at most a fire seed. Although this fire seed was only a little bit, but in a short period of time, it had become a prairie fire. The hundreds of millions of crazy monstrous beasts in Ao Sun's mountain river geographical map suddenly ignited with black flames. These flames were so terrifying that no matter what method these monstrous beasts used, they could not extinguish these flames. Even if they instinctively rushed into the water, the flames were still burning in the water, without the slightest sign of extinguishing. Not only outside, in the chaotic sea of consciousness of the monstrous beasts, the white flames were also like an inextinguishable sun, burning all the chaos and chaos. Ao Sun's mountain river geographical map only had 1/10 of the demon world left. The living space of all the monstrous beasts was not enough, they were forcibly bound by Ao Sun's space. Under the burning of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, no matter what kind of bondage, these monsters could no longer be controlled. With flames all over their bodies, the monsters ran wildly in all directions. Yang Chun and Ao Sun's battlefield was on the edge of the spatial boundary between the two sides. Yang Chen's family and friends were on this side of Gongsun Ling, and Ao Sun was on the other side. During the battle, both Yang Chun and Ao Sun were very cautious. They tried their best not to put their bodies in the opponent's space. This was also a very cautious attitude. Now that everyone was looking at what was happening on the other side of the demarcation line, no one could say anything. Countless monstrous beasts were covered in flames as they fled in all directions. The might of the flames had not fully manifested yet. It had not reached the point where it would immediately burn those monstrous beasts to ashes. However, everyone understood that a large part of the reason was because of the other party's life sharing. When all the monstrous beasts were affected by this prairie fire, a horrifying scene occurred. Right in front of everyone, on the other side of the demarcation line, almost all the ground, mountains, rivers, seas, everything that the monstrous beasts had touched, were covered in black flames, burning crazily. And in the sky there was an area where the white flames were wreaking havoc. The white seemingly translucent 5 elemental flames occupied half of everyone's vision, while the other half was occupied by the black flames. Right now there were only 2 colors in everyone's vision, black and white. Everything in sight was burning. What kind of horrifying scene was this? Ao Sun could no longer be seen. He was completely covered by the black and white flames. Only his painful screams could be heard from the sea of flames, making everyone's hair stand on end. Such a horrifying scene, even the arrogant Long Quang and the unruly Ao Lai did not dare to easily extend out their spiritual senses to investigate, for fear of being accidentally affected. Although they all knew that the one who caused all this was their friend Yang Chen, and these were Yang Chen's life fire seeds, which he could easily control, no one dared to take the risk. Unfortunately, this horrifying scene only happened on the other side of the demarcation line. All the flames were like obedient children, burning neatly along the demarcation line. On one side was a fiery hell, and on the other side was a calm heaven. Just this move alone had fully demonstrated Yang Chen's superb control over the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. Everyone finally understood what Fentian meant. The entire mountain river geographical map of Ao Sun, 1/10 of the demon realm, was completely engulfed in a sea of flames, not leaving an inch of blank space. What kind of doomsday scene was that? The sky, the ground, and the sea were all burning, even the stones were burning, not to mention the living things that could breathe. All the living and dead things could not withstand a single blow in front of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. The hardest stone also turned into powder, and the entire sea was evaporated. After seeing the scene in front of them, everyone suddenly discovered that all the so-called powerful fire seeds in the past were not even worthy of carrying shoes in front of this black and white flame. Long Quang suddenly discovered that when he challenged Yang Chen without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, he was really lucky not to be burned to death by his own life true fire. Thanks to the relationship between Ao Lan and Yang Chen, he would have long been like those demonic beasts, turned into a pile of ashes. I knew it! I knew it! Relatively speaking, Ao Lai was not afraid to use the most extreme imagination to imagine Yang Chen. Looking at all that Yang Chen had caused, he only muttered this sentence, nothing else. The few experts of the Long family all had aghast gazes in their eyes, and they could not help but rejoice in their hearts. Fortunately, their princess and Yang Chen were good friends. Fortunately, they only let Long Yuan test the waters before immediately admitting defeat. Otherwise, it was unknown how big of a mess they would have stirred up. Madame Bai and the others only watched quietly and did not say anything. However, in Madame Bai's eyes, they could clearly see the light of approval and nothing else. While Lin Jingyuan was shocked, he also secretly rejoiced that he could be on good terms with an expert like Yang Chen in the spiritual realm. Yang Chen's wives and concubines were also not much better. However, since this was their own husband's fire seed, there was no problem at all. This could only make them proud, nothing else. Chapter 2472. The only one who did not feel anything was Big Brother Li Cheng. Looking at the burning flames, Big Brother Li Cheng did not even glance at it, and quickly turned to look at Yang Chen. Yang Chen, are you not afraid of karma for burning such a large number of demonic beasts? Li Cheng asked casually, but at the same time, it sounded like a warning. The moment Big Brother Li Cheng spoke, the women immediately became nervous. This was not a small matter. Everyone looked worriedly at their husband, waiting for his reply. This was not a small number. Gong Sunling knew it the best. Even if she did not snatch many demonic beasts after refining the demonic beast realm, the number was still in the billions. It was easy to imagine how many demonic beasts Ao Sun had refined in the demonic beast realm. Perhaps it was as Ao Sun said, it was at least in the billions. Such a large number was burned to death by Yang Chen's fire. If this was calculated, it would not be a small number in terms of merit value. The women's worries were the same as Big Brother Li Cheng's. Would their husband really bear this karma? Because strictly speaking, this karma should have been borne by Ao Senator if Ao Sun had not forcefully shared his life with these demonic beasts. Such a thing would not have happened. This was what the women were truly thinking, but they did not say it out loud. In their hearts, their husband was the most innocent. However, from another perspective, this might not have nothing to do with Yang Chen. It was already a fact that Ao Sun shared his life with these demonic beasts. However, Yang Chen wanted to kill Ao Sun at this moment. Furthermore, he had already made it clear that every grievance had a perpetrator and every debt had a debtor. This karma was borne by Yang Chen. Therefore, no matter what, Yang Chen could not escape. However, if it was only 800 or 1,000, the women would definitely not make a sound. Even if the number was slightly larger, it would not have much of an impact on their husband. However, with this number, if all the lives involved were to be attributed to Yang Chen, then wouldn't their husband be in danger? What should they do? The people of the Dragon Clan also pricked up their ears, waiting for Yang Chen's reply. In the end, this should be an internal matter of the dragon race. Now, it was shouldered by Yang Chen. Everyone in the dragon race, from Ao Lan to Ao Lai, actually felt guilty. Now, it all depended on how Yang Chen would answer. When necessary, the entire dragon clan would follow Yang Chen. When Ao Lan understood this, his heart calmed down. In any case, the favor he owed in the past was already greater than the heavens. Owing another favor would only increase the karma, and he would be closer to Yang Chen. Madame Bai still had the same expression and attitude, as if this was not a big deal. Perhaps it was because she had lost so many memories that she didn't know what it meant. Lin Jingyuan was also thinking about how he would react if he was the one facing this situation. Others might not know, but as an expert from the immortal realm, Xiao Chun was very clear on what kind of beneficence such a huge karma was and what kind of concept it was in the immortal realm. No matter who this karma belongs to, since I am the one who killed them, it is my responsibility, Yang Chen replied with a faint smile, as if he had already considered this question. Yang Chen's words were very ingenious. There was a hypothesis at the beginning. No matter who it belonged to, this sentence was very profound. That was to say, whether right or wrong, Yang Chen was now completely shouldering this karma. As Xiao Chen said, I killed them, so the karma is my responsibility. You have to think this through carefully. This is not a small matter. Big brother Li Cheng started to advise Yang Chen to think this through. This involves so many lives. It is not something that can be resolved just by being influenced by the fiend Qi or being refined by Ao Senior. It is just some immeasurable beneficence. Right, big brother? Yang Chen's reply was very interesting. No one could understand what he said. Perhaps only Li Cheng understood what was going on. Although Lin Jingyuan and Madame Bai had come down from the immortal world, they had come down before the upheaval in the heavenly court. They basically did not know what had happened after that. They did not understand what kind of beneficence Yang Chen had. Perhaps only big brother Li Cheng, who could take away the Tao Ancestor Heavenly Essence pill from the corpse dump at the immortal slaying platform, knew what Yang Chen was talking about. Others probably did not even dare to imagine what immeasurable beneficence was. They could not even imagine how much beneficence Yang Chen had. If you think that way, it is also a good thing. Big brother Li Cheng finally revealed a smile. This was not the first time he had been satisfied with this little brother that he had acknowledged in the mortal world. This time, he was even more satisfied. Others did not understand what Li Cheng and Yang Chen meant. Perhaps they only thought that this was a transaction of beneficence, but they did not understand the deeper meaning behind it. Li Cheng was very clear, and so was Yang Chen. Actually, there was another big shot involved. Furthermore, it was a big shot that could stand shoulder to shoulder with a Tao ancestor. How did the demon world and Yao world come about? That was because a big shot had specially concentrated the demon Qi and Yao Qi of the three realms into the demon world and Yao world to benefit the three realms. This brought peace to the mortal world, the spiritual world, and the immortal world for billions of years. It could be said that the beneficence was immeasurable. However, these creatures from the demon world and Yao world had become a debt that big shot had to bear. Strictly speaking, this was not a matter of Ao Sun, nor was it a matter of Yang Chen, but a matter of that great character. However, Yang Chen had also said that no matter who it was, now that he had to bear it, that big shot had no choice but to accept a huge favor from Yang Chen. Such a huge favor should have already been karma. To have such a karma with a big shot that could easily control the three realms, and Yang Chen only needed to pay a few immeasurable beneficence, it was simply too worth it. Even if Yang Chen had to pay all the beneficence he got from the immortal beheading platform, Yang Chen was willing. Since you are not afraid of carrying the karma, then burn it to your heart's content. Big brother Li Cheng also showed a smile on his face. Looking at the raging sea of fire over there, he slowly said, Your yin-yang heaven-burning fire is actually not perfect. It is still far from being the real yin-yang heaven-burning fire. Everyone listened and was speechless for a while. This kind of fire was not enough to become the real yin-yang heaven-burning fire? What kind of real yin-yang heaven-burning fire would be like? What kind of enemy could bear it? There is a kind of fire that belongs to the karma fire. Big brother Li Cheng said calmly, but it is different from the red lotus karma fire that you use to fuse. This kind of fire will never be produced naturally. Only when more than 1 trillion creatures are killed at one time will their unwillingness and resentment concentrate. Without this kind of karma fire, your yin-yang heaven-burning fire will not be complete. Chapter 2473. Elder Brother Li Qing would never do meaningless things, nor would he say some meaningless words. This point was once again proven in the present situation. Yang Chen's correct choice let Elder Brother Li Qing once again reveal a big secret, and also let Yang Chen have the opportunity to take a look at the true appearance of what Elder Brother Li Qing called the all-living being's karmic fire. No one would doubt Li Qing's words. From everyone's long or short interaction with Li Qing, there was a common conclusion, that was, Li Qing never went to lie. How Elder Brother Li Qing knew the key to the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, this was not important. If the Tao ancestor's direct disciple did not even know this, Yang Chen would instead doubt it. Yang Chen was very happy. Originally, he just wanted to solve Aosen, and then solve the problem of the mountain river geographical map. Since Aosen shared a life with the monstrous beasts in the mountain river geographical map, if he wanted to kill Aosen, then no matter what, he had to kill these monstrous beasts. He did not expect that under Elder Brother Li Qing's inquiry, there would be another surprise. Leaving a favor for the great figure whose name he still did not know was already a big surprise, but he did not expect that there was still the key information of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire hidden behind it. The yin-yang heaven-burning fire was a legendary flame, even in Yang Chen's previous life. He had only heard of it, but had never seen it. Even if it was only heard, it was also hearsay. There had never been a cultivator who could have such a flame. However, there was also the key karmic fire, but Yang Chen heard it for the first time. It was necessary to ask Elder Brother Li Qing to explain it carefully. Carefully feel the resentment of the fire seed. Elder Brother Li Qing did not shirk, and very carefully pointed out to Yang Chen, it may be difficult to feel it one by one. However, when a few trillion monstrous beasts die painfully at the same time, in the resentment produced, there will be a strong unyielding will burning. Find it. Yang Chen closed his eyes, and carefully felt the kind of feeling that Elder Brother Li Qing had said. To be honest, killing so many monstrous beasts at once, even if Yang Chen had already made a decision in his heart, when he really faced it, he was still a little nervous. Especially if these demon beasts were snatched by Gong Sunling from the other party's geographical map, there was still hope for them to regain their sanity and become real cultivators. However, the current situation forced Yang Chen to kill these demonic beasts. If he wanted to kill Ao Senator many years ago, the cultivators of the spirit realm used these demon beasts as training targets and killed them. However, Yang Chen's anxiety only lasted for less than a breath's time before he became firm. How could he, who could even kill the Jade Emperor, be troubled by these demonic beasts? With Big Brother Li Qing's guidance, Yang Chen accurately found the burning will, and then carefully wrapped it with the white fire seed. Karmic fire was the most troublesome type of fire. If one was not careful, they would burn themselves to ashes. This kind of all beings karmic fire was even more troublesome. Only the white fire seed, which seemed to be a level higher than all the other fire seeds, could barely control it. Of course, this was also Big Brother Li Qing's guidance. He carefully wrapped up the all-beings karmic fire that had just been produced, and then moved it into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness very carefully. This little fire of all beings karmic fire was too weak. Even if this number of demon beasts were killed at the same time, it was only a little bit, and it would be extinguished if one did not pay attention to it. It was no wonder that if a normal cultivator of this level was killed, the all-beings karmic fire would definitely burn. Unfortunately, although the number of demon beasts was large, they did not have active consciousness, which also led to the formation of all beings karmic fire, but it was very weak. If he was not careful, he was afraid that it would be extinguished before it could move into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. Even if it entered Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, it was not all right. Yang Chen had already passed the profound spirit furnace to Emo Chunmei, and it was not by his side, so there was no transfer medium. It was up to Yang Chen himself to absorb and refine the all-beings karmic fire, which was many times more difficult than before. That is, now Yang Chen's cultivation was much stronger than before. The spiritual awareness of the peak Great Principle Golden Immortal controlled the white fire seed given by Big Brother Li Qing and began to absorb the All Being's karmic fire. Only absorbing a trace of All Being's karmic fire according to the third fire method, Yang Chen felt that thousands of demon beasts were wailing in his sea of consciousness. He could hear their voices and feel their pain, and his whole body was covered with cold sweat in an instant. Oh. A long dragon roar came from the opposite sea of fire at this time. It was the voice of Ao's senator. The sound was abnormally painful, but it also contained a kind of creepy madness. Not good, this guy was worthy of being a master of the dragon clan, plus he had killed a lot of fire dragons before, relying on the dragon spirit of those fire dragons. He had survived in the burning of the Yin-Yang Heaven burning fire until now. Yang Chen had just absorbed the All-Being's karmic fire, and there was a flaw. He found the opportunity and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to attack. Fighting Ao Sun was not Yang Chen's opponent. If he didn't rely on many demon beasts to share his life, he would have been killed by Yang Chen several times. Now these demon beasts have been killed by Yang Chen's Yin-Yang Heaven burning fire, and the capital that Ao Sin was proud of suddenly became zero. It was a miracle that he could survive until now under the burning of the Yin-Yang Heaven burning fire. It was absolutely impossible to escape. Not to mention that Ao Sen's proud character was not willing to escape in front of the younger generation of the Dragon Clan that he had never looked up to. Just the Mountain River geographical map was connected to Gong Suanling's by him, which made him have no chance to escape. Since he couldn't escape and he couldn't fight, then Ao Sen's crazy cry only meant one thing, and that was complete destruction. On Ao Sen's body, there was still a complete collection of the Dragon Clan, as well as dozens of complete dragon pearls. If they exploded at the same time under Ao Sen's control, it would absolutely be an unbearable and terrifying power. Not to mention anything else. Just the explosion of the Mountain River geographical map was enough to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. What kind of concept would it be if 1/10 of the demon realm exploded? If it was placed in the spiritual realm, it could be said that at least a spiritual realm of the same size would be blown up into a barren land. If the power of the explosion was concentrated on the people in front of him, it was estimated that among the people present, perhaps only a few would be able to survive. In a flash, although Yang Chen's mind was restrained by the All-Being's karmic fire, the beheading immortal saber in his hand flew out at this moment, directly flying into the opposite sea of fire. The second primordial spirit was not affected in the slightest. With just a thought from Yang Chen, the second primordial spirit acted like Yang Chen. Roar. Another world-shaking dragon roar came from the sea of fire, but this time, there was only pain and despair in the voice, there was no madness. Chapter 2474. Without the many crazy demonic beasts to share their lives with, Ao Sun, who was on the verge of death from the Yin-Yang Heaven incinerating fire, did not have the strength to resist. The immortal beheading saber effortlessly pierced Ao Sun's huge head. This was the true fatal wound. Unlike Yang Chen's main body liked to chop off his enemy's head. The second primordial spirit liked to stab its enemy's head. Although the effects were the same and both killed the enemy, there was still a big difference. Following Ao Sen's miserable scream before his death, Yang Chen's Yin-Yang Heaven incinerating fire also began to rapidly shrink. Before everyone's eyes, the flames that burned the entire sky and ground began to rapidly shrink. In the blink of an eye, they returned to Yang Chen's body. The space on the other side immediately returned to a state where there were no flames. Although there were no flames within that space, there was basically nothing more than half the size of a fist that could still maintain its shape. The originally vast ocean's water level had dropped by more than half, and there was not a single living creature in the water. Countless wisps of steam rose into the air, forming an unending and thick dark cloud that covered the entire space. This situation only lasted for less than half an incense stick of time before it started raining crazily on the other side of the boundary. This downpour was much heavier than the heaviest rain seen in the mortal spiritual world. It was simply not rain, but water. Countless water droplets converged into a trickle, the trickle then turned into a gurgling river, and the gurgling river turned into a surging river before flowing towards the vast ocean. However, behind all this activity, there was a feeling of complete deathly stillness. That was because in this huge world, there was not a single living creature, there was not even the slightest aura of life. Everyone was so shocked by the scene before them that they even forgot to check on Ao Sen's life or death. Of course, the second primordial spirit had already sent an accurate message to Yang Chen. Ao Sen could not be any more dead. Yang Chen still stood where he was, carefully absorbing the karmic fire of all life. Every wisp of karmic fire made Yang Chen feel the wails of all living beings, but Yang Chen seemed to have a heart of stone and was indifferent to it. This was how the karmic fire worked. If Yang Chen had shown any mercy throughout the entire process, the karmic fire of all beings would definitely have burned Yang Chen to ashes. Those who couldn't bear this kind of karmic fire could only be devoured by it. Fortunately, Yang Chen had similar experiences when he absorbed and fused with the Red Lotus Hellfire in the past. Although the Hellfire of all beings was much stronger now, the basic experience was still useful. Finally, as the karmic fire of all beings was absorbed and integrated by Yang Chen's expression began to relax. All the women heaved a long sigh of relief when they saw that their husband's face had changed from being drenched in cold sweat to being incomparably calm. It seemed that her husband was fine. Thinking about it, it was really dangerous at the beginning. Ao Sen actually wanted to take advantage of that opportunity to launch a sneak attack. If it weren't for the power of the second primordial spirit, perhaps they would have been widows by now. When the last wisp of karmic fire of all beings was absorbed, Yang Chen finally succeeded in absorbing this key karmic fire of all beings into the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. However, the strange thing was that the karmic fire of all beings did not completely integrate into the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. Instead, like the white fire seed given by Big Brother Li Qing, it appeared on the top of the Lingshao Palace in Yang Chen's Sea of Consciousness. The karmic fire of all beings was black. It contained the resentment of countless monstrous beasts. Of course, it was this color. What was even more amazing was that the karmic fire of all beings and the white fire seed seemed to be attracted by yin and yang. They were tightly attached to each other, and the black and white colors slowly rotated, forming a natural taiji pattern. Seeing this scene, how could Yang Chen not understand that the karmic fire of all beings and the white fire seed given by Big Brother Li Qing were on the same level of flames? Interesting, it seems that when I have time, I have to ask Big Brother Li Qing, what is the name of the white fire seed? Since the karmic fire of all beings and the white fire seed were of the same level, the absorption method should be similar. After absorbing it with the third fire method, Yang Chen could also absorb it with the fourth fire. Yang Chen's judgment was correct. Big Brother Li Qing did not mention this, but Yang Chen immediately began to absorb it again with the fourth fire method. The karmic fire of all beings did not disappoint Yang Chen. It immediately showed a different style of yin and yang, allowing Yang Chen to absorb and integrate it again. The process of absorption did not take a long time. After the absorption was completed, the yin-yang fire dragon still formed the pattern of two dragons playing with a pearl just like the original absorption of the white fire seed. But this time the pearl was a black and white taiji ball. All the fire seeds began to automatically enter the taiji ball and were once again upgraded by the karmic fire of all beings. Everything was exactly the same as when he absorbed the white fire seed. All the fire seeds had been upgraded to a higher level from their current foundation. Only when all the fire seeds were upgraded would the entire process be considered complete. When Yang Chen opened his eyes, everyone who had been waiting for a long time relaxed. Everyone's faces were filled with smiles and they started to talk more. Only now did Yang Chen discover that everyone had been waiting for him to finish and did not do anything else. No one even paid attention to Ao Sen's corpse. Very quickly, Xiao Chen's second primordial spirit controlled the immortal beheading saber and sent it over. Because Ao Sen died, all the magic treasures of the dragon race that he refined lost their owners and became ownerless items. Now all of them were sent over. In the end it was all for naught. Big sister Ao Lan looked at Ao Sen's corpse and could not help but sigh as she shook her head. The other dragon race experts also sighed. If Ao Sen was not so crazy, he would definitely be a great refiner of the dragon race. What a pity! Big sister, the magic treasures that Ao Sen refined should belong to the dragon race. You should keep them. Although Yang Chen helped big sister Ao Lan deal with Ao Sen, he did not think of stealing the magic treasures that Ao Sen refined. Everything was still up to the dragon race. Big sister Ao Lan was not surprised. Yang Chen would not take a fancy to these things. Even if he took a fancy to them, he would not snatch them from her. This was Yang Chen's principle. Ao Lan would not stand on ceremony with Yang Chen. The Mountain River geographical map still has a part of the space to refine the demon realm. You have almost burned it. You should give it to a Ling. Although Ao Lan accepted Yang Chen's kindness, she gave the Mountain River geographical map away. This magic treasure should be of the same origin as your life magic treasure. If you take it, you should be able to strengthen it. Without waiting for Gong Sun Ling to have any evasions, elder sister Ao Lan had already handed the 5-element hook that Ao Sen had refined to the Murong sisters. Don't evade, the things that elder sister sent have never been returned. Chapter 2475. Yang Chen was very straightforward, but big sister Ao Lan was even more straightforward. Xiao Chen did not even think about returning the dragon race's magic treasures that Ao Sen had meticulously refined. The other side immediately returned the favor by sending out suitable magic treasures. Gong Sunling and the Murong sisters were stunned. Then, they immediately turned their gazes to their husband. Yang Chen smiled and nodded at them. Only then did the women accept the magic treasures with smiles on their faces. You already have the dragon horns of water and fire. I will not give you any more. Ao Lan had several dozen dragon horns. However, Gao Yu only had the dual attributes of water and fire. Furthermore, she had already refined the flying sword for many years. Adding a few more dragon horns might not be of any benefit. Hence, Ao Lan did not give her anything similar. However, take these two and embed them on the flying sword. It will be better for the flying sword. As for Gao Yu, big sister Ao Lan handed her 2 dragon pearls, one for each fire and water. When the dragon pearls were in Ao Sen's hands, they did not seem very big. However, when placed in the human body of Ao Lan, the 2 dragon pearls that she took out were even taller than her. Fortunately, the dragon race could easily control the size of the dragon pearls. Ao Lan first refined the 2 dragon pearls into suitable sizes before handing them to Gao Yu. This was a huge gift. Back then, even though Yang Chen had obtained many magic treasures from the dragon race's treasure trove, the dragon pearls were placed separately and were specially protected. This could only mean one thing: the dragon pearls were of a higher level. Furthermore, the dragon pearl that big sister Ao Lan took out was several times larger than the one in the mortal world. After all, the dragon race dragon pearls obtained in the spiritual realm were much more powerful than those obtained in the mortal world. Gao Yu thanked Ao Lan before obediently receiving the dragon pearl. She knew that her husband had earned this for her. If she did not accept it, big sister Ao Lan and the others would feel very uncomfortable. As a blacksmith grandmaster, Ao Lan was also clear that with these 2 dragon pearls on her dragon horn of water and fire flying sword, its might would not just increase by several times. Yang Chen, it seems that your golden bell is not as useful as you think when you meet a strong enemy. After taking out the 3 dragon race treasures, Aolan turned her attention to Yangchen. Merge this golden bell with the Tao and the demonic Tao. I believe that his defense will reach a whole new level. This was not false. Although Yangchen used a huge amount of spiritual power to refine the golden bell and integrate it into his body, after all, it was a magic weapon of the mortal world. Even if it had experienced all kinds of heavenly tribulations along the way, it could not be compared with the real golden dragon. This golden bell could indeed bring great improvement to Yangchen. Yangchen did not stand on ceremony. He took the golden bell with a smile and put it away first. Now was still the time to divide the spoils. The matter of refining could be discussed later. Then, a scene that surprised Yangchen happened. Elder sister Aolan took out the dragon pagoda and called out Xiao Tian, who had already recovered from his injuries. When Xiao Tian was hit by more than 10 dragon pearls, he had indeed suffered some injuries. However, under the effect of Yangchen's 8 revolutions merit pill, he quickly recovered. However, when he recovered, it happened to be the time when Yangchen used the yin-yang heaven burning fire. Thus, he did not come out to help. When he came out and saw the dragon pagoda, Xiao Tian almost drooled. Little fellow, your dragon pagoda contains many dragon race inheritances. Those are the dragon race's righteous Tao inheritances. Aolan chuckled at Xiao Tian and said, "Take this. This dragon pagoda contains all the dragon race inheritances that Ao Sin possesses. It might not be the same as the orthodox dragon race inheritances. For us, it is not very useful for the time being. It is better for you to keep it." Xiao Tian looked at Ao Sen's exquisite dragon pagoda and started drooling. At this moment, Aolan wanted to give the dragon pagoda to him. Xiao Tian immediately took it without thinking and entered it. Don't casually cultivate the things inside. Yangchen was startled and hurriedly warned Xiao Tian. This was Ao Sen's abnormal cultivation method. It might not be suitable for Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian should not cultivate Xiao Tian into another Ao senator. After warning Xiao Tian, Yangchen turned to Big Sister Aolan and smiled bitterly. "Big Sister, this is too precious. Everything else was fine. Only experts would have to spend a lot of time to refine them. At most, the materials would be harder to obtain. However, the dragon pagoda was different. That was a secret treasure that contained the dragon race's inheritance. How could it be given away so easily? These things are not very useful to us for the time being." Big Sister Aolan smiled faintly and waved her hand. "If we keep it in our hands, there might be many disputes that should not happen. Since the little fellow already has that dragon pagoda, what is the harm in taking one more?" But Yangchen still wanted to reject it. After all, it was too precious. Big Sister Aolan stopped Yangchen again. "This is also a backup plan for our dragon race," Big Sister Aolan said very formally and seriously. Big Sister Aolan spoke very formally and seriously. "At the very least, leaving it here with you will give us more peace of mind than keeping it somewhere else. If we can defeat Ao Sin, we will do the same." Clearly, Big Sister Aolan had thought this through. It was very likely that she had already considered these problems when she made the agreement with Long Can and Long Quebec. Since Big Sister Aolan said this, Yangchen had no reason to reject her. This was a heavy trust. Yangchen could not use rejection to trample on this trust. Seeing Yangchen put away Xiao Tian, Big Sister Aolan revealed a satisfied smile. After thinking for a while, she said, "You already have a portion of the other things. I will not give them to you. However, you can do whatever you want with Ao Sen's corpse." Of the 8 dragon race treasures, Big Sister Aolan took out the dragon pagoda, the golden bell, the mountain river geographical map, and the 5-element rope hook and gave them to Yangchen and the related people. Big Sister Aolan only had the profound heaven dark sea shuttle, the sea-pouring jasper cup, an unknown number of dragon horns, the glass bottles for brewing wine, and an unknown number of dragon pearls. Some things were passed down by the dragon race, and had to be taken back. For example, the dragon pearls. This time, Big Sister Aolan gave Gao Yu 2 dragon pearls. This was already a rare generous gesture. To the dragon race, Yang Chun had gotten rid of the great traitor Aosen and removed the threat of the dragon race. This was a huge favor. After leaving behind these things, it was another favor from the Lord. Basically, it could be said that the dragon race in the spiritual realm would not have a chance to repay these favors. It seemed like they could only wait for everyone to ascend to the immortal world before slowly returning the favor. Big Sister, is it that once Aosen's matter is over, you can all ascend? Yang Chun seemed to have seen some clues and directly asked Big Sister Aolan. That's right. At this point, Aolan would no longer hide anything. The reason why we are staying in the spiritual realm is to continue the dragon race's inheritance. On the other hand, we want to wait for the results of Aosen's breakthrough. If he thought it through, then everything will be fine, and everyone will ascend together. If he relied on external force to break through, then we will have to carry out the dragon race's punishment. Chapter 2476. As Aolan's elder sister continued to explain, Yang Chun completely understood. The dragon race, like Patriarch Lu, Lin Jingyuan, and Zhou Xianying's father, had already discovered the abnormalities in the immortal world many years in advance, so they had made arrangements in advance. However, what they did was to place a portion of the outstanding descendants of the dragon clan in the spiritual realm so that they could watch over the traitors while hiding in a safe place. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was true that Aosen was a traitor, but his cultivation method and refining methods were considered demonic to the dragon race. However, the dragon race of the immortal plane did not dare to be completely certain that their method was correct. After all, it was normal for cultivators to split into the Dao and Demon Dao. It was not easy for the dragon race to produce a member of the Demon Dao. Thus, the ancestor of the dragon race spared Aosen's life, only imprisoning him. Once the immortal world proved that the orthodox method of the dragon race's ancestor would not work, then Aosen's demonic Dao would only be a way out for the dragon race. Fortunately, up until now, the dragon race's path had been quite smooth. For the time being, it was not dangerous to the point where they had to use Aosen's path. Furthermore, Aosen had also used Yang Chen's strength to break out of closed-door cultivation. This fulfilled the conditions for Aolan and the others to carry out the clan rules. Unfortunately, even if Aolan and the others worked together, they would not be a match for him. They could only rely on Yang Chen's strength. Right now, the dragon race's arrangements in the astral realm could be said to be complete. Aolan and the others no longer needed to remain in the astral realm, wasting their time. They could ascend at any time. However, be it Big Sister Aolan, Long Quang, Aolai, or the Long clan experts, they would definitely not disregard everything and ascend. Everyone present had already guessed that they would definitely wait for Yang Chen's family to ascend together. Indeed, this was what Big Sister Aolan said next. Everyone would ascend together. However, before they ascended, Aolan and the others still needed to return to their lair and deal with the things that they needed to take away and clean up. In other words, they needed to leave again for the time being. Of course, Long Can and Long K still had a 100-year promise. Even though Long Can and Long K wouldn't be able to do much in the current situation, since it was an agreement, Yang Chen would still take it seriously. Let's see if the two of them will still be so stubborn when the time comes. Elder Sister Aolan led the group of dragon race experts and left in a happy mood. The ones left behind were Yang Chen's family and friends. When their friends from the dragon race were around, they could not deal with the things of the dragon race. This was especially so for Aosen's corpse. Now that their friends from the dragon race had left, they no longer had to worry about it. Take whatever you like, madam. In front of Madame Bai, Yang Chun still acted like a filial junior. As long as Madame Bai liked it, Yang Chun would definitely give it to her unconditionally. Madame Bai was of the wood-attributed fiend race. Aosun was of the wood attributed in the first place. Their attributes were compatible. There should be something that Madame Bai would take a liking to. Madame Bai did not stand on ceremony. She stepped forward and plucked off Aosun's 2 dragon horns. Then, she returned to the wood dragon palace with a smile on her face to continue cultivating. Yang Chen's gaze turned to big brother Li Cheng's side. He had the same intention. Take whatever you like first. However, Li Cheng was different from Madame Bai. He shook his head. Yang Chen was very clear about big brother Li Cheng's intention. He reckoned that Aosun did not have anything that big brother Li Cheng would take a liking to. Without waiting for Yang Chen to be polite, Lin Jingyuan waved his hand. He did not put in much effort, so he could not just casually take Yang Chen's spoils of war. Being able to watch the battle from the side had already benefited him a lot. The rest were the spoils of Yang Chen and the women. Not to mention anything else, whether it was the golden bell, the dragon bead, or the 5 elements hook. Although Aosun was already dead and there was no longer his aura, he still took them out first to let Shao Tian swallow all the aura and then refine them separately. Gongsun Ling immediately began to refine the Mountain River geographical map. Aosun's Mountain River geographical map had been burned by Yang Chen's Yin-Yang Heaven burning fire. In addition to Aosun's death, there was no difficulty in refining it. It was even easier than refining an ordinary demon realm map. Next was Aosun's body. Before, Yang Chen had removed a lot of parts from Aosun's body, and even the pieces of flesh and blood left by the second Aosun's self-destruction were collected. Altogether, Yang Chen had almost 3 dragon parts of Aosun's body. Aosun himself was wood attributed, but this guy had killed who knows how many experts of the same race. No one knew what method he used to turn himself into a full attribute, similar to Yang Chen. It was just that the wood attribute had a clear upper hand, so outsiders would think that he was wood attributed. This time, basically the things that the women needed could be found from Aosun's body. Whether it was strengthening magic weapons or refining other things, Aosun's body could meet all the needs. Gao Yu had the highest level of refining. Naturally, no matter what the women wanted to do, they would definitely ask Gao Yu for advice. Gao Yu also patiently guided the women. The family was very happy and harmonious. At this point, it could be said that Yang Chen's main purpose in staying in the spiritual realm had been completed. What was left was nothing more than the agreement with Long Can and Long K, as well as refining the rest of the demon realm. Of course, the core of the demon realm also needed to be refined. This would completely cut off the channel for the 3 realms to pour the demon qi into the demon realm. Finally, it was the development of the Chunyang Palace. While the others were busy, Yang Chen went to find Big Brother Li Cheng alone. His goal was very simple. He wanted to ask Big Brother Li Cheng what the white fire seed was, as well as the all-life karmic fire. Guess what it is? Li Cheng took a sip of wine and did not answer. Instead, he asked with a smile. The Tao ancestors' Qiankuan 8 trigrams furnace? Yang Chen replied without hesitation. Since Li Cheng was related to the Tao ancestor, then the fire seed would definitely be related. However, after saying that, he felt that it was not possible, so he retorted, "It's just that I have always heard that the Tao ancestors' Qiankuan 8 trigrams furnace is pure 3 true fire, so..." The implication was that Yang Chen was not sure himself. "Don't you have 3 true fire?" Big Brother Li Cheng rolled his eyes at Yang Chen. "Why did you say that when you knew? What kind of fire seed is that?" Yang Chen asked again. The white fire seed almost surpassed all the fire seed. It could improve all the fire seeds, so it was definitely not an ordinary fire seed. Moreover, whether it was the white fire seed or the all-life karmic fire, they all had the attributes of the 3rd and 4th fire. It was more magical that it could not be distinguished whether it was the 3rd or 4th fire. That is the fire seed of the same level as the all-life karmic fire. Big Brother Li Cheng finally stopped hiding. After taking a sip of wine, He began to say the answer that Yang Chun had always wanted to know. Cultivators often say that the furnace of heaven and earth is the furnace of heaven and earth. The white fire seed is actually the furnace of heaven and earth. Chapter 2477. Big Brother Li Cheng's words made Yang Chun fall into a daze. Heaven and earth furnace? What was that? Even though all the cultivators said that heaven and earth furnace was just a general concept. How could it be a real furnace? Without a furnace, where would the flames come from? The problem was that Yang Chun had really obtained the white furnace fire of heaven and earth. This couldn't be faked. Besides, Big Brother Li Cheng would never lie about this. If he said it was the furnace fire of heaven and earth, then it must be the furnace fire of heaven and earth. What's so hard to understand? Big Brother Li Cheng looked at Yang Chun and knew that he was being stubborn. He said casually, "You even firmly believe that there is a demon realm and demon realm outside of the three realms. Could a mere furnace fire of heaven and earth scare you?" Yang Chun came back to his senses and shook his head slightly, as if he wanted to shake out all the messy things in his mind. Big Brother Li Cheng was right. After experiencing so many unimaginable things, how could he not understand this? But you're right about one thing. Big Brother Li Cheng began to affirm Yang Chun. This fire seed was indeed obtained from the Qiankuan 8 trigrams furnace. However, it wasn't the commonly used furnace fire. Instead, it was condensed from the strand of fire energy absorbed by the Qiankuan 8 trigrams furnace over the years. It's extremely precious. The Qiankuan 8 trigrams furnace was a pill furnace specially used by Dao ancestors. Who knew how many 9 transformations golden pills it had refined in the immortal realm? After so many years, it absorbed strands of fire energy from the world and condensed it into a fire seed. It was not easy. Yang Chun could even imagine the difficulty. The karmic fire of all beings needed to be obtained by killing so many living beings at once. Moreover, most of the demon beasts in the demon realm were killed and only produced a strand of it. If it wasn't for Yang Chun's careful care, it might not have been able to grow. The furnace fire of heaven and earth sounded like a high-grade fire seed. Wouldn't it be even more difficult? That's not entirely true. It's just that it will take a long time. As if he had already guessed Yang Chun's thoughts, Big Brother Li Cheng directly gave the answer. It's different from the karmic fire of all beings, but the difficulty is similar. Extracting that trace of fire qi over a long period of time is not something any alchemy furnace can do. The karmic fire of all beings can be said to be the fire of life, while the furnace fire of heaven and earth is a fire seed that is completely unaffected by living beings. Big Brother Li Cheng's explanation could be said to be simple and clear. It was also very easy for people to understand. Does this make it easier for you to understand? Yang Chun nodded. He finally understood. One was a vital flame while the other was a non-vital flame. No wonder it could form a Tai Chi ball within Yang Chun's sea of wisdom. They were of the same grade, and they were all relative origin flame seed. They were indeed extraordinary. It was understandable why these two kinds of fire seeds could be used as the fourth fire, and at the same time, they could improve the grade of other fire seeds. No wonder Big Brother Li Cheng said that without these two kinds of fire seeds, the yin-yang heaven-burning fire was incomplete, and it was not a lie. It was impossible to describe Yang Chun's current mood. Yang Chun's excitement could not be described with excitement. Compared with the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, Ao Sen's magic weapon and the treasures of the dragon race were not on the same level at all. The women were also very happy now. Everyone put their things in the dragon palace, and then Gao Yu took the lead. One by one, they discussed how everyone could use the things they got from Ao Sen to improve their own life source magic weapons. After Gao Yu's professional guidance, everyone gained a lot, and the items on Ao Sen's body were also rapidly decreasing. Yang Chun finally accepted the fact that he had the karmic fire of all beings and the furnace fire of heaven and earth. After calming down, he also joined the feast. However, when he was with the women, Yang Chun remembered that there was still something he forgot to take out. Ao Sen's boundless sword Qi against Yang Chun was taken by Yang Chun with the scabbard left by Ancestor Lu, and he had not taken it out yet. This was a gift that Yang Chun had reserved for Shi Shanshan. It was not too late to take it out at this time. Shi Shanshan, this person, was usually cold to the outside world. Only in front of her husband Yang Chun would there be a heartfelt smile. There were many things that Shi Shanshan disdained to fight for, so Yang Chun had to take the initiative to think about it. Otherwise, she would even be calculated by some people in the sect. This kind of thing happened in the mortal world, and Yang Chun came forward to seek justice for Shi Shanshan. Thank you, husband. Shi Shanshan originally cultivated Ancestor Lu's supreme pure yang sword Qi. When she received the dragon race's boundless sword Qi from her husband, she did not hide the smile on her face. She even took the initiative to give Yang Chun a kiss. This was a gift that her husband had said in front of many people, so Shi Shanshan would not be polite at all. Ancestor Lu's supreme pure yang sword Qi was quite overbearing. It was very suitable for Shi Shanshan's courageous character, but it was slightly inappropriate for her cultivation. This also caused Shi Shanshan to often only have the strength for one attack, which was very unsafe. The boundless sword Qi could completely make up for this flaw. In terms of the 5 elements, the boundless sword Qi was also refined from a dozen golden dragons. It also belonged to the metal attribute, which was just right for Shi Shanshan. The boundless sword Qi was meticulously refined by the dragon race. Its name was derived from the word boundless, which meant that it had boundless might. In the spiritual realm, the boundless sword Qi was almost invincible. However, when the powerful and tyrannical boundless sword Qi encountered the supreme pure yang sword Qi, it immediately became like an obedient kitten and was easily absorbed by Shi Shanshan. Of course, one sword Qi was not enough for Shi Shanshan to do anything immediately. It needed to be nurtured slowly and strengthened slowly. It required Shi Shanshan to persevere in her daily cultivation. With the boundless sword Qi, at least when Shi Shanshan dealt with some unimportant enemies, she didn't have to use the supreme pure yang sword Qi that could only kill in one blow but only had the power of one blow. That's right, leave one of Ao Sen's claws for me. Seeing the girls happily splitting the loot, Yang Chun suddenly thought of something and shouted at the girls. It was naturally not a problem for Yang Chun to leave one of his claws. It was just that the girls felt strange. Why did Yang Chun want a claw? It seemed that the magic treasure of their husband did not need such a low-level material. Of course, this was only in the hearts of the girls. If the cultivators of the spiritual realm knew that the body of a peaked golden immortal dragon race expert was only a low-level material in their eyes, it was unknown what kind of uproar it would cause. We have to give an explanation to the spiritual realm. Yang Chun gave a simple explanation and then said, "Take this dragon claw out for auction and tell them that we have solved the big problem of the demon realm. I believe they should believe it when they see this dragon claw." Chapter 2478. Yang Chun was thinking long-term. Because of the geographical map of mountains and rivers, basically all the sect in the spiritual world loved and feared Yang Chun and Gong Sunling. On the one hand, Yang Chun was on the side of all the major sects. Whether it was Yang Chun himself or Chunyang Palace, they had a good relationship with all the sects. Because Chunyang Palace was a sect that rose in the later period, although it was also a Taoist sect, it did not have a grudge with those demon sects for many years. On this point, all parties were willing to be on good terms with them. On the other hand, Gong Sunling had mastered the geographical map of mountains and rivers, a great weapon that could refine the spiritual world. Basically, she had become a thorn in the eyes of all the sect. It could be said that when they slept, they did not dare to sleep soundly. They only dared to keep one eye open and be on guard. This did not include Yang Chen's dragon friends. The masters of the entire dragon clan were enough to fight against any super sect. It was a naked crushing in strength, the kind that would not be polite. In this case, how could the major sect rest assured? Now that Yang Chen's family was here, on the one hand, to solve the problem of Dragon Can, Dragon K, and Ao Sin, on the other hand, to avoid the limelight. However, no matter how much they delayed it, it would only push the fear of all parties to the back. At present, they could still use the excuse of fighting against the traitor of the Dragon Clan to get along peacefully. After real peace, there would probably be other troubles. Therefore, Yang Chen had to take precautions to solve this hidden danger. This was the reality of the world. When one did not have the strength, he would become a weak person who was bullied by others. However, when one was strong enough to control a part of the world, he would become the target of fear of all parties. Auctioning a dragon claw was to tell the major sect that the traitor of the Dragon Clan had been solved. The fresh dragon claw was the evidence. Otherwise, the various sects might not believe it even if it was just an empty promise. Even if they did not say they did not believe it, they would still have a grudge in their hearts. It was better to come up with solid evidence to make all parties believe it. Also, Yang Chen had to start preparing for his family's ascension. He also wanted to make it clear to the sect so that they could put their hearts at ease. Even if Yang Chen and Gong Sun Ling were powerful in the spiritual world, but when they arrived in the immortal world, they were still fresh and incomparable rookies. They didn't know how many masters could easily pinch two people to death with a finger. Therefore, as long as they ascended, the threat of having something stuck in their throats would disappear. However, before he ascended, Yang Chen couldn't just leave after making contributions to the spiritual realm in obscurity. He couldn't be short of the benefits he deserved. This was his principle. Even if they fought against the Zhao family and the traitors of the Dragon tribe, they could not owe Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace what they deserve. Yang Chen left what should be left for his wives and concubines. He left the geographical map of Mountain River with a complete dragon claw and returned to Chunyang Palace. Less than a month after Yang Chen returned to Chunyang Palace, a piece of news that shocked the whole spiritual realm was sent from Wanbao Tower and spread to all parts of the spiritual realm. Wanbao Tower would auction a complete dragon claw at the auction a year later. It was of the wood attribute, and the cultivation was at the peak of golden immortal. As soon as the news came out, the world was in an uproar, and the whole spiritual realm was almost boiling. Countless cultivators who got the news began to flock to the headquarters of Wanbao Tower, raising money everywhere and preparing to participate in the bidding. That was the wood attribute dragon claw of the peak of golden immortal. Many wood attribute cultivators dreamed of it, but could not get it. The high-level officials of all parties who knew about it immediately understood that this was a clear signal from Yang Chen to all parties. They had killed the traitor of the Dragon tribe. From the time, the cultivation, and the 5 elements of the other party, they all matched. The Wood Dragon Palace was the one who plotted against the high-level officials of all parties, so it was completely consistent. Hearing this news, the high-level officials of all parties secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Zhao family had been destroyed in these years, and they could temporarily rest for a while, the traitor of the Dragon tribe and the spatial magic treasure of the Dragon tribe had not been solved. All parties were still sleeping on a time bomb, and it was not stable. Now they could sleep in peace. Even if all parties were afraid of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, they were just afraid. Yang Chen had a good reputation since the beginning of the mortal world. No matter what, it was much better than the traitor of the Dragon tribe and the Zhao family. There were many people who were willing to believe in Yang Chen. As for Gong Sunling, as long as Yang Chen was dealt with, Gong Sunling would definitely follow Yang Chen. The experts who did not know about it were thinking about how to raise money to buy a complete dragon claw, but the experts who knew about it were envious of Yang Chen. What did it mean that Yang Chen could take out a complete dragon claw for auction? It meant that Yang Chen had killed the traitor of the Dragon tribe and had the corpse of the peak of golden immortal of the Dragon tribe. This was a good thing that made people drool. What was a dragon claw? But knowing that Yang Chun had the corpse of the entire dragon tribe, all parties did not dare to think about it easily. The current Yang Chun and Chunyang Palace were not the previous Yang Chun and Chunyang Palace. They were not soft persimmons that all parties could knead at will. Now, everyone was only thinking about how to persuade Yang Chun and his family to ascend. Otherwise, all parties would not be able to sleep and eat in peace. But soon, the high-level officials of all parties did not need to envy Yang Chun anymore. What Yang Chun brought back to Chunyang Palace was not only a complete dragon claw, but also a lot of the flesh and blood of the second Ao Sin when he self-exploded. These things were of little value to Yang Chun and his family, and they could not really eat them as meat. Therefore, a part of the Chunyang Palace was taken back as some treasures of the sect's secret pavilion, as a reward for the disciples who contributed. Yang Chun and others did not like it, but it did not mean that the ordinary disciples of Chunyang Palace did not like it. No matter whose magic treasure, as long as it was mixed with some dragon flesh and blood, it would be greatly improved. It should be known that this was the flesh and blood of the peak of golden immortal of the dragon tribe, and this was a great benefit that could be exchanged with the sect's contribution. After the disciples of Chunyang Palace learned about it, they almost cheered loudly. Naturally, the news inevitably spread and a lot of people knew about it. After hearing that there was a lot of fine flesh and blood, the experts of all parties thought about it and understood that this must be the result of the dragon trader's self-explosion in the end. Yang Chun was lucky. There was still a complete dragon claw, and the rest were probably only fine flesh and blood. In this way, the parties were obviously much more balanced. Although Chunyang Palace had gained a lot of benefits, it was limited after all. And it was obvious that if the parties were willing, they could still exchange other benefits. In terms of sharing the benefits, Chunyang Palace was many times better than Xiantian Gate in the past. Countless potential buyers began to prepare with red eyes, and the sect also began to send high-level officials with status to Chunyang Palace. On the one hand, they negotiated with Chunyang Palace, and on the other hand, they asked to see Yang Chun and discuss the future development with Yang Chun. Of course, it was best to finalize an agreement with Yang Chun, so that Yang Chun could ascend in time with his family. Chapter 2479. In the eyes of Yang Chun's family and friends, Ao Sin was indeed dead. He was dead and could not be any more dead. However, in the hands of a celestial immortal elder of Chunyang Palace, the dragon claw that belonged to Ao Sin still seemed to be full of vitality. If the elder was not paying attention, he would grab it crazily, creating a storm that contained the aura of a golden immortal. The flesh and blood of Ao Sin, which had become minced meat after he self-destructed, were all wriggling slightly, as if they were unwilling to die like this. The exuberant vitality that seemed to surpass life and death stunned all the cultivators who saw it for the first time. This was the situation that the representatives of the major sect were facing. The dragon claw had to be shown to them, so that they could verify its authenticity. The same was true for Ao Sin's flesh and blood. This was the only way to make the major sect believe that the traitor of the dragon tribe was really dead. Of course, this traitor was not the traitor. Fortunately, everyone knew that it was a traitor of the dragon tribe, and a peaked golden immortal would attribute dragon tribe expert. Yang Chun and his family were all golden immortal experts. Ao Sin's corpse was firmly suppressed by their cultivation, so it was impossible for it to move. Therefore, when it was in their hands, Ao Sin's claws and flesh and blood were all dead meat. However, ordinary cultivators, even if they were celestial immortals, could not suppress the corpse of a peaked golden immortal Ao senator even though it was dead. The pieces of the corpse still maintained the pride of the dragon tribe, as if they did not want to be controlled by low-level cultivators. This was only a celestial immortal cultivator. If it was an earthly immortal or human immortal cultivator, they would probably be shocked by the strength of the dragon's struggle and the aura of a peak golden immortal. If it was serious, their lives might be in danger. Only such a performance was worthy of being a part of a peak golden immortal dragon tribe's body. No one doubted the authenticity of the dragon claw and the flesh and blood. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief after these things were once again placed into the box filled with various talismans and kept well. Just the remnant aura of a peak gold immortal lingering on the dragon claws and flesh was enough to cause some of the weaker cultivators from the various sects to nearly break down. It was truly unimaginable how Yang Chen's family had to deal with Ao Senator. However, many of the representatives were unmoved. At the very least, the golden immortals from the lower realms were unmoved. They were genuine golden immortals who had gone through heavenly tribulations, not fake golden immortals like Ao Senator. Although they would have been killed if they had faced Ao Sun head-on. It didn't happen, did it? At least for now, they could still maintain their dignity as golden immortal seniors. With so many gold immortal seniors here, the first thing they wanted to talk about was naturally related to all the gold immortals of the lower realms. The Zhao family had been annihilated, and the traitors of the Dragon Clan had been beheaded. Therefore, the golden immortals of the lower realm had completed their mission. Of course, it was great to stay in the spiritual realm and be masters, but the situation forced them to return to the immortal realm. They had to leave even if they didn't want to. Not only did they have to leave because they had completed their mission, but the ancestors of the sect who served them also complained incessantly. These ancestors had high cultivation bases and seniority, so they couldn't be ordered to do anything. They even had to serve them with good food and drinks. They didn't dare to say a word wrong, and they didn't dare to do a wrong thing. It was really hard work. On the other hand, the sect whose golden immortal ancestors had died had it much better. However, without a golden immortal ancestor, they didn't have a strong backbone in many matters. Therefore, in order to be fair in certain matters, the follow-up matters after the Zhao family's annihilation had been delayed by those sect with the reason that the traitors of the Dragon Clan had not been dealt with yet. They wanted to wait until there were no golden immortal ancestors to talk about it. These sect included the Ghost Een sect, the Ghost sect, and the other 5 sects. Thanks to Yang Chen, the golden immortal ancestors of the 6 sects had been imprisoned by Yang Chen. This allowed their later days to be pretty good, unlike those sects that had golden immortal ancestors to serve. At the same time, because their golden immortal ancestors were still around, they still had the right to speak. This also made the 6 sects the most comfortable sect among the other sects. Some things were really good fortune and bad fortune. It had to be said that no one could accurately grasp the pulse of fate. No one knew when something was good or bad. At that time, the Ghost Een sect and the Ghost sect felt that the sky was falling. Instead, they felt that it was the best fortune. In short, no matter what, the golden immortal ancestors had to ascend. Originally, there was a reason that the golden immortal traitors of the Dragon Clan had not been eliminated, so they still needed the golden immortal ancestors to hold down the fort. However, now that Yang Chen had brought out Ao Sen's corpse, the golden immortal ancestors had no reason to stay. This time, the golden immortal ancestors appeared. One reason was to confirm that the traitors of the Dragon Clan were really executed. If they could confirm it, then these golden immortal ancestors would talk to Yang Chen about the matter of ascension. Not only them, but also the golden immortal ancestors of the 6 sects, including the Ghost Een sect, the Ghost Een sect and the other sects, could not be left alive. Their intention was for Yang Chen to release the 6 golden immortals he had imprisoned and let them ascend together. Yang Chen did not have much of an opinion. He knew that these people would do this, so he released them without hesitation. The 6 golden immortal experts were suddenly free. Then they saw their familiar companions. At the same time they felt relaxed, but they could not help but look at Yang Chen. During these years in the Mountain River geographical map, the 6 golden immortal experts had been tormented. Not only were they used for all kinds of battles, but sometimes Yang Chen's wives and concubines even used them as practice targets. These female soldiers were not kind people. They still wanted to vent their anger for their husband. Every time they would be tortured to death. Thinking about it, even Long Quang could not get any advantage in the hands of these female soldiers. They were simply sending themselves to death in a one-on-one fight. After hundreds of years, the 6 golden immortal experts had long been taught a lesson and became obedient babies. They would obediently do whatever Yang Chen's family told them to do, without any temper at all. Even now, when they saw their companions and knew that they were free, they did not forget to look at Yang Chen first to confirm with him. If Yang Chen did not nod his head, the 6 golden immortal experts probably would not even have the courage to escape. Only when they saw the exact nod from Yang Chen did the 6 golden immortal experts obediently walk to their companion's side. They still did not dare to have the slightest arrogant action. They were extremely docile. This kind of behavior made the representatives of the various sects secretly think in their hearts. Even a blind person could see that the 6 golden immortal experts were really afraid. What a terrifying thing! 6 golden immortal experts were so submissive to a junior. This made them have no choice but to restrain themselves when facing Yang Chen. Chapter 2480. Why were the 4 sects of Tao strong in the later stage? Wasn't it because they had the support of the golden immortal masters? But looking at the situation now, the 6 golden immortal masters did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Yang Chen. After the golden immortal masters ascended, would they dare to be presumptuous in front of Yang Chen? But no matter what, Yang Chen had given face by releasing the 6 golden immortal masters, which showed that Yang Chen was still very easy to negotiate. As long as there were sufficient reasons and enough benefits, Yang Chen would not do anything to fight against the entire spiritual realm. Everyone knew this. There were many things to do, and it was impossible to talk about them all in one day. When the representatives of all parties gathered in the Chunyang Palace to discuss with the Golden Immortal Masters when to ascend, they inevitably talked about the experience of the 6 imprisoned Golden Immortal Masters. This was a very embarrassing thing, so which of the juniors of each sect dared to mention it? It was someone who was also a Golden Immortal who asked, as if he was curious about why they were so afraid of Yang Chen. If it was just a simple question, the 6 Golden Immortals would probably care about the face of the Golden Immortal Masters and would not say more or less. But there was a Golden Immortal who was used to being rude and unreasonable, and even used the tone of his own sect to order and question, which immediately caused a conflict. The Golden Immortal who spoke was one of the 7 Golden Immortals who were tempted back then, but he was lucky enough to be neutralized by Elder Yao of Xuanwu Academy, so he did not participate in the fight at that time. Fortunately, he did not participate in the fight, so he was not imprisoned by Yang Chen, so he had the opportunity to enjoy the life of bossing people around in the sect for hundreds of years. This guy's tone and tone were so annoying that the 6 imprisoned Golden Immortals immediately turned hostile. This guy was originally a traitor in their small group. It was fine that he did not go through hardships with them, but now he dared to talk to them in such a tone, which immediately made the 6 Golden Immortals angry. In front of Yang Chen, the Golden Immortal expert of the Ghost Yin sect was like a frightened quail. He did not dare to move at all and only knew how to tremble. But in front of others, he was still the elite that was carefully selected by the Immortal World Ghost Yin sect. Whenever there was a disagreement, he would immediately attack without the slightest hesitation. This was also a habit he had developed in the geographical map of mountains and rivers, fighting against the demon beasts, the Golden Immortal of the Zhao family, and Yang Chen's family. As soon as they got angry, the experts of the Ghost Yin sect immediately took action. To tell the truth, the Golden Immortals outside were facing opponents that Gong Sunling had deliberately arranged for them to be on par with each other. Moreover, they did not fight for long in the later stages of the battle. The 6 imprisoned Gold Immortals, on the other hand, had never stopped fighting. Their bodies had developed combat instincts. In the geographical map of mountains and rivers, The frequent battles gave the 6 imprisoned golden immortals almost no time to catch their breath, not to mention that they had to fight against super experts like Yang Chen's family in the later stages. Their own tempering, the conscious support of the spiritual veins provided by the geographical map of mountains and rivers, plus the experience of fighting against the strongest opponents, made them improve even faster in the past hundreds of years than in the immortal world. There was not much improvement in the realm, but the improvement of the 6 golden immortals' combat experience and awareness was not just a little bit. It was no exaggeration to say that they were more than twice as strong as they were in the immortal world. As soon as the two sides started fighting, the difference was immediately seen. It only took the golden immortal expert of the ghost insect 3 times to put his natal flying sword on the neck of the guy who spoke rudely. Looking at the sword edge close at hand and feeling the cold chill on it, the arrogant golden immortal expert almost knelt down in fear. Finally, in such a cruel battle, all the arrogance of the 6 golden immortal experts had been forcibly beaten away. They were extremely calm, so the sword did not really pierce through. But even so, all the cultivators present were shocked. Previously, all the cultivators thought that the 6 golden immortal experts were too careless at that time and underestimated Yang Chen, which was why they were subdued by Yang Chen's fist. At that time, there were more than 1 or 2 gloating. Even now, most of the cultivators who knew the truth had always thought that they were unlucky and careless. Many sect even used this to teach their disciples a lesson, so that they should never underestimate anyone. But this statement itself made a mistake that they had been emphasizing, which was to underestimate the 6 golden immortal experts. Seeing that the experts who came to the immortal world almost at the same time had now taken control of their opponents' vital points in just 3 times, all the cultivators were shocked and began to re-evaluate the strength of these 6 golden immortal experts. If these 6 experts were so powerful, then they would have to treat Ghost Een sect and Ghost Soul sect with a more friendly attitude in the future. At least before these golden immortal experts ascended, they would have to maintain this attitude. But there was another problem. The scene of these 6 powerful golden immortal experts being submissive in front of Yang Chen made all the cultivators have to re-evaluate Yang Chen's combat strength. It seemed that at this time, all the cultivators began to take seriously the strength of a cultivator who killed a peak golden immortal dragon expert. They had to admit that this was a joke. Everyone thought that Yang Chen was lucky and Gong Sunling had such an opportunity because of her powerful magic treasure. But looking at the situation now, it didn't seem to be the case. Immediately, a golden immortal expert began to act as a peacemaker. After persuading both sides, only then did he seriously ask for advice. Thus, all the cultivators truly understood how terrifying Yang Chen's family was. What kind of terrifying concept was it to be able to beat these 6 experts to the point that they couldn't even fight back? Almost all the representatives of the sect fell into shock again. Only the representatives of the 4 sects and Yin Yang Demon School were getting more and more happy. The more powerful Yang Chen's family was, the more powerful the disciples of their sect were. Was this not a good thing? The golden immortal grandmasters would definitely ascend at the same time, and it wouldn't be long. Then, among the cultivators who stayed in the spiritual realm, Yang Chen's family would divide the 5 sects of the Dao sect and Yin Yang Demon School. Now, the Dao sect's super sect was no longer 4, but 5 again. The 5th one was, of course, Chunyang Palace. Do you really think that we were defeated by Yang Chen when it was 6 against 1 because we were careless? The golden immortal expert of the Ghost Een sect said the common thought of his 6 companions at this moment. That's because you haven't seen how shocking it was when Yang Chen taught those experts of the Dragon Clan a lesson alone. Any one of those golden immortal experts of the Dragon Clan could beat the 6 of us to the ground. All the cultivators who heard this fell into a state of sluggishness and incomprehension. There was only one sentence in all the cultivators' hearts: how is this possible? Chapter 2481. The facts were there, and nothing was impossible. If it was in the past, some people might think that these 6 golden immortals were obviously exaggerating Yang Chen's combat power to cover up the fact that they had lost face. But now, one of them casually came out and subdued another golden immortal expert from the mortal realm in just a few moves, which meant something else. Especially the corpse of a golden immortal peak expert from the Dragon Clan who had self-destructed, it could not be fake. Since Yang Chen could take it out, it meant that he must have experienced a fierce battle. In any case, at least in terms of combat power, he could be on par with a golden immortal peak expert from the Dragon Clan, which undoubtedly affirmed Yang Chen's combat power. The golden immortal grandmasters were definitely going to ascend. There was no doubt about that. Whether they succeeded or failed in the spirit realm, whether they enjoyed it or suffered it, they were going to ascend eventually. The cultivators in the spiritual realm still had to continue to cultivate and live, so it was necessary to seriously consider their attitude towards Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace. Taoism was now very satisfied with Yang Chen. Not only did Yang Chen improve his own cultivation and combat power, but he also improved the disciples of their sect, who were Yang Chen's wives and concubines. No matter what happened in the future, they would always have a share in the top combat power. This was a great benefit, and it would also be a great help in the future in the spiritual realm. When they saw Yang Chen again, the attitude of the representatives was much more respectful. Not to mention his age, Yang Chen's cultivation alone was enough to be on par with those experts whom they regarded as grandmasters. The people he made friends with were all fierce people like the Dragon Clan, so it seemed that it was not too much to be respectful. The matter of the golden immortal grandmasters was considered to have come to an end. They would find a suitable time to ascend within 10 years. Next, they would discuss the distribution of forces in the spiritual realm and the rewards for destroying the Zhao family. The latter still needed to be discussed after all the golden immortal grandmasters had ascended, but the distribution of forces in the spiritual realm must be clearly defined. Of course, the premise was to be clear about the current situation in the demon realm. Yang Chen did not hide anything and told them directly. Although the traitor of the Dragon Clan had been executed, Gong Sunling was still in the process of refining the other party's spatial magic treasure. She still needed some time to complete it. In addition, there was a vast space in the demon realm that needed to be refined, which required Gong Sunling to put in a lot of hard work. Some cultivators inevitably raised the question of whether the spatial treasures of the traitors of the Dragon Clan could be handed over to the Joint Command, but they were quickly refuted by the other parties. Firstly, the spatial treasure of the Dragon Race traitor was the spoils of war that Yang Chen obtained after killing Ao Senator, even if it was closely related to the spirit realm. If he wanted someone to take out a spoil of war, he would need something of sufficient value to exchange for it. More than half of the demon realm and spiritual realm had what could be exchanged for. Even a super sect wouldn't be able to take out an item of equal value even if they used all of their sect's resources. Not to mention the spirit realm, there was no such rule in the entire 3 realms to ask someone to hand over their spoils of war when they could not offer anything in exchange. To be honest, there were many people who were jealous, but there were still many smart people who understood that they shouldn't have such ambitions. Even so many golden immortal ancestors didn't dare to say anything about it, so a few juniors wouldn't be able to get anything done. In addition, Gong Suanling's Mountain River geographical map was already a headache. If there was another one, who would be suitable to hold this magic treasure? When the great sect targeted the Zhao family, they could barely unite against them. But now that the Zhao family was no longer a great enemy, who would be willing to hold this magic treasure? Wouldn't the great sect fight to the death? At that time, it wasn't impossible for them to fight. This was a super spatial magic treasure that had almost refined the spirit realm. No matter who obtained it, they would probably become a hidden danger for the great sect. The cultivator who possessed it would definitely become the public enemy of the spirit realm, apart from his own sect. Then, there would definitely be a long war. Because of a magic treasure, they would annoy Yang Chen's family and plant a seed for all parties to fight. Then, if they won, they would become the public enemy of the spirit realm. There were many advantages and no disadvantages. Instead of that, it was better to give this magic treasure directly to Gong Sunling. Anyway, Gong Sunling was already a hidden worry for all parties. With the Mountain River geographical map in hand, it didn't matter if there was another spatial magic treasure. At that time, as long as they reached an agreement with Yang Chen, Yang Chen's family would ascend according to the agreement, then everything would be fine. As for whether Gong Sunling would be a big trouble in the immortal world with such a powerful magic treasure, that was a matter of the immortal world. Moreover, there were more powerful magic treasures in the immortal world. One Gong Sunling wouldn't be able to cause a storm in the immortal world. After making this decision, all parties seemed to be relieved, and it depended on the attitude of Yang Chen's side. Yang Chen was also very simple and solemnly promised that as long as the demon realm was refined, he would take his family and friends to ascend together. Among these friends, there were friends from the Dragon Clan. With this promise from Yang Chen, all parties were even happier. They also thought that after solving the troubles of Yang Chen's family, they would discuss with Yang Chen about the Dragon Clan masters. After all, there were so many golden immortal level Dragon Clan masters. After their own golden immortal masters ascended, they would be invincible. They didn't want to be enemies with the Dragon Clan, but they were afraid that the masters of the Dragon Clan would find trouble. Now that Yang Chen had solved all these troubles by himself, how could it not make everyone ecstatic? This was a bit of an unexpected surprise. After the surprise, they had to pay something. Yang Chen's side promised simply. Even if it was a plum in return for a peach, all parties had to show enough sincerity. Otherwise, when Yang Chen did things later, he would leave a little tail, and he could make the major sects cry. When it came to talking about benefits, it was naturally the Palace Master. In this regard, the Palace Master Zhang Jiao has been practicing in the mortal world and the spiritual world for many years. In the eyes of the Foreign Affairs Hall Masters, the Palace Master Zhang Jiao of the Pure Yang Palace was almost called a goose plucking its feathers. This was a recognized honor from the results of previous dealings. Speaking of it, the Palace Master was not harsh, and even in the process of negotiation, he would give a lot of benefits. But every time, in the end, all parties would find that the Palace Master got far more than what he gave up. It had to be said that this was his ability. In spite of this, all parties were still very happy to cooperate with the Palace Master. Just because of one point, that was, the Palace Master Zhang Jiao had always said one thing and said two things. From the point of keeping promises, the credibility of the Palace Master Zhang Jiao was 10,000 times stronger than many of the so-called moral models of cultivators. It was clear in advance that he would never go back on his word afterwards. As long as there was a need for cooperation, there was no one who didn't like this kind of partner. Moreover, this time, as long as the Palace Master was satisfied, in exchange, Yang Chen's family would keep their promise and ascend. This was what the major sect was happy to see. Even if the parties would have some small losses in certain interests, they were willing. Chapter 2482. In any case, all parties finally got a clear answer. Yang Chen's family, together with those friends of the Dragon Clan, would ascend collectively after refining in the demon realm. Moreover, whether it was Yang Chen or Yang Chen's wives and concubines, it was estimated that they would not appear frequently in the spiritual world. At most, they would return to their respective sect to deal with some private affairs, and they would not interfere with the normal management of the sect. This clear answer made all the high-ranking officials heave a sigh of relief. It was already very good that Yang Chen could agree to ascend. Now he also wanted to pull the masters of the Dragon Clan to ascend together. This was simply a buy one get one free good thing. In addition, Yang Chen also promised to completely solve the problem of the demon realm, which made everyone completely relaxed. Although everyone was jealous of the growth of the Mountain River geographical map, if there was another magic weapon that could refine the spiritual world, who could stand it? Even if Yang Chen didn't care, leaving the mess of the demon realm, it was estimated that it could make countless people die of headache. Since Yang Chen promised to solve this problem, there was no future trouble. Could be said that so far everything was satisfactory. At this point, Yang Chen had completed most of the matters of returning to the spiritual world. As for the affairs of the Chunyang Palace, the head of the palace and several other core executives were well managed. Because of the help of Yang Chen's Tianyuan pill, the cultivation of the head of the palace and the others had entered at least the realm of the peak fairy Immortal or even the early Xian Immortal. Coupled with Yang Chen's disciples, few disciples were dissatisfied. The new disciples who joined the Xiantian sect had more and more recognized the Chunyang Palace over the years. It had to be said that it was comfortable to have a sect with a good reputation. In the past, when they were disciples of the Xiantian sect, they were awe-inspiring when they went out, but other sects were always on guard and always careful. Now when they went out to sign up, the treatment of the disciples of the Chunyang Palace was not too good, and the attitude was not too kind. Many disciples had been intoxicated with this completely different feeling and regarded themselves as the purest disciples of the Chunyang Palace. Chunyang Palace had now become the fifth sect of Taoism. It was powerful, and the sect's development was booming. Everything was on the right track. Moreover, they had many experts, so they could be considered to have gained a firm foothold among the super sects in the spiritual world. Previously, because of the Zhao family, none of the sect's experts had ascended. Now that the ban had been lifted, all the major sect's experts had ascended. However, Chunyang Palace hadn't. Because the Chunyang Palace in the Immortal realm did not have any foundation. Those who ascended now not only had to create a foothold for the disciples in the mortal realm to continue to cultivate and live after ascending, but also be able to withstand the pressure from all sides. Putting everything else aside, just the Black Heaven sect alone was a huge problem. Therefore, this kind of thing could only be done by Yang Chen. The first batch of disciples of Chunyang Palace had no other choice but Yang Chen. All the chores were thrown to the head of the palace to deal with, including the division of spoils in the future and rewards according to merit. All the things were considered to be given to Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen had already made a fortune in the monster realm and Aosen, and he didn't look at the things that the sect could come up with. It must be known that the Zhao family manor in the monster realm had completely fallen into the hands of Gong Sunling. Just the things accumulated by the Zhao family over the years were enough for Yang Chen's family to squander for several lifetimes. After Yang Chen learned about the development of Chunyang Palace, he returned directly to the Mountain River geographical map. It was useless to stay in the spiritual world. It was better to return to the Mountain River geographical map to refine the Golden Bell and help Gong Sunling refine the monster realm. Aosen's Mountain River geographical map had been thoroughly burned by Yang Chen's Yin-Yang Heaven burning fire, so refining it was quite easy. In addition, Gong Sunling's Mountain River geographical map had already refined 90% of the monster realm. The rest did not take much time for Gong Sunling. The remaining monster realm was only a matter of time before it was refined. What was a little troublesome was the merging of the two Mountain River geographical map. As a traitor of the Dragon Clan, Aosen had killed many of his clansmen. When this guy refined a magic weapon, the materials were much stronger than Ao Guang's. Even the tool spirit was not on the same level. In Aosen's Mountain River geographical map, there were 9 dragon spirits as tool spirits, acting as the masters of the mortal world, the spiritual world, and the immortal world. If he wanted to completely refine Aosen's Mountain River geographical map, it would take a lot of work. This was not the most troublesome thing. The most difficult was the core of the monster realm. That place was like the demon realm. There was a thick monster crystal that had been compressed into a solid state by a strong pressure. It was no longer monster energy, not monster liquid, but monster crystal. In addition, the channel connecting the monster realm and the immortal realm was still constantly sending the condensed monster energy of the three realms. The core of the monster realm was much more troublesome than the core of the demon realm and harder to refine. However, this was also a test for Gong Sunling and the others. To be able to endure the tempering of the sea of monster energy in the core of the monster realm, it could be said that they could travel anywhere in the world. Gong Sunling was still refining Ao Sen's Mountain River geographical map step by step when Big Brother Li Qing went to look for Yang Chen. What? I'm going to close that channel? When he heard Big Brother Li Qing's request, even Yang Chen could not help but reveal a stunned expression. Big Brother Li Qing had refined 2 locks from the start. One was for the demon realm, and the other was for the monster realm. Everyone was clear about this point. During the Devil Tribulation, it was Big Brother Li Qing who personally went to the entrance of the passageway and closed it. Now that it was the monster realm's turn, Yang Chen had to make a trip there. Is it very strange? Big Brother Li Qing directly threw the lock that he had already refined to Yang Chen. Now that you have cultivation and a firm will, why can't you make a trip there? Big Brother Li Qing's words left Yang Chen speechless. At this moment, Yang Chen recalled that this sworn brother of his would never do anything himself unless it was necessary. No matter what, he would find someone to do the work for him. It looked like Yang Chen had long since become the coolie that Big Brother Li Qing had chosen. Last time, it was for him to demonstrate. This time, it was for him to do it for real. That's right. Seeing Yang Chen quickly become firm and eager to give it a try, Big Brother Li Qing nodded his head in satisfaction. Young people should have the courage to shoulder heavy responsibilities and accept challenges. Didn't you obtain a new golden bell? Go in there and refine it. It seemed to be a very casual speech, but it directly gave Yang Chen an almost impossible task. He wanted Yang Chen to go to the core channel of the monster realm to refine the golden bell that Ao Sun left behind. It must be known that the last time Yang Chen completely refined the golden bell, he had to borrow the help of countless heavenly tribulations before he could complete this heavy responsibility. This time, he actually wanted to refine it at the channel in the demonic Qi Sea. Was this really not because Big Brother Li Qing was making things difficult for him? Do you know why your golden bell was so weak? Big Brother Li Qing directly pointed it out. It is because it lacks some negative tempering. Chapter 2483. Only Big Brother Li Qing could describe Yang Chen's golden bell as fragile. Other spiritual world cultivators, even Ao Lan and Long Quang, did not dare to have such a tone. Even Ao Sun could only leave some marks on the golden bell at most, but he could not destroy the structure of the golden bell at all. If he put it in the spiritual world, Yang Chen would show the golden bell and stand there and let any cultivator attack it. Except for his wives and concubines, Yang Chen couldn't think of any cultivator who could break the golden bell. Such a performance was called fragile in Big Brother Li Qing's words. Yang Chen was really speechless. However, thinking about it, if Big Brother Li Qing made a move, perhaps the golden bell would really be as fragile as he described. There was no other way. Yang Chen had never seen through the depth of this sworn brother, but every word that Big Brother Li Qing said would not be a lie. Since he said that refining the golden bell at the passage entrance had benefits, then there must be benefits. As for the reason, didn't Big Brother Li Qing say that the golden bell lacked some negative things? Because of the naive thoughts of a certain big shot, it caused all the negative emotions in the three realms, including the yin qi of heaven and earth, to be concentrated in the demon realm and the demon realm. Therefore, although the golden bell was strong, it did naturally lack some negative things. Although Yang Chen had been baptized by the demonic qi in the demonic tribulation, it was clear that the demon realm was a higher level than the demon realm, and the demonic qi was also stronger than the demonic qi. Refining the golden bell was obviously the most suitable. Yang Chun was not the kind of person who was indecisive. When Big Brother Li Qing said so, Yang Chun immediately began to prepare according to Big Brother Li Qing's words. Li Qing was most satisfied with this point of Yang Chun. He never questioned his own decisions. Even if it was an unexpected arrangement, Yang Chun would accept it calmly. All the girls were clear about the horror of the demonic qi. Seeing that their husband was preparing, they also silently made the same preparations. It seemed that they all wanted to accompany their husband on this trip. Yang Chun had no choice but to persuade the women one by one, and he comforted and warmed them one by one, extremely charming and gentle. I knew it! Brother Li Qing shook his head in the distance and sighed. On one hand, he showed his foresight, and on the other hand, he was glad that he was not burdened by women and lived a free life. Yang Chun was finally ready. He took the jade lock that Big Brother Li Qing had refined and walked into the sea of demonic qi. The liquid condensed from a vast amount of demonic energy drowned Yang Chun. Next, countless crazy emotions began to surge towards Yang Chen's sea of wisdom. At the moment, Yang Chen's cultivation of spiritual power was at the golden immortal level, and his divine sense was at the peak of zenith heaven golden immortal level. He was only a step away from breaking through to the innumerable tribulation true immortal level. Yang Chun had long understood how terrifying the demonic aura was. Therefore, he had prepared himself for it. The soaring Heaven King Palace in his sea of consciousness emitted a brilliant light, suppressing all the demonic aura that had surged into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. When Yang Chun integrated the hellfire of all beings, the soaring Heaven King Palace was also greatly enhanced. However, this major change did not cause Yang Chen's divine sense cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. It was as if nothing had happened. This made Yang Chen once wonder if the karma fire of all living beings was in vain. Fortunately, all the fire seeds had been upgraded by a level by the hellfire of all beings, which proved that the hellfire of all beings was not in vain. However, Yang Chen still felt a little uneasy, as if something was missing. In the past, Yang Chen did not understand this. It was not until the crazy demonic aura surged into his sea of wisdom that the hellfire of all beings began to show its power. Only then did Yang Chen vaguely understand a little. In the mountain river geographical map, Gong Sunling was consciously controlling it. Therefore, no one would feel that there was a strong demonic aura. There was only a trace of it, which did not affect a cultivator like Yang Chen at all. Not to mention entering his sea of wisdom, it could not even get close to his body. Now in the sea of demonic aura, the concentration of demonic aura had become extremely concentrated. No matter how strong Yang Chen's sea of wisdom was, it was impossible to block the demonic aura. As soon as the demonic aura entered the sea of wisdom, it was like igniting the fuse of the hellfire of all beings. The black flames began to burn the demonic aura. The more demonic aura poured in, the more vigorous the hellfire of all beings burned. Such a spectacle made Yang Chen unable to believe it at first. However, Yang Chen soon pondered over it. As Big Brother Li Qing said, the hellfire of all beings was the fire of life. Before, there were few living auras in Yang Chen's sea of wisdom. The demonic aura happened to be the gathering of the resentment of countless living beings in the world. It was as if the resentment of the hellfire of all beings appeared. The similar aura directly became the fuel of the hellfire of all beings. In Yang Chen's sea of wisdom, the hellfire of all beings began to burn. From the tiny bit of flame, it burned into a black flame that filled the entire space. It frantically absorbed the resentment of the demonic aura and grew crazily. If this continued, Yang Chen's sea of wisdom might be burned up by his own fire seed. Fortunately, Yang Chen did not only have the hellfire of all beings. He also had the furnace fire of heaven and earth. It was the opposite of the hellfire of all beings and could restrain the hellfire of all beings. No matter how fiercely the hellfire of all beings burned, the furnace fire of heaven and earth would always be in harmony with the hellfire of all beings. In the past, this was the case when the hellfire of all beings was weak. Now, it was still the case when it burned through Yang Chen's entire sea of wisdom. The Tao of balance in the world was nothing more than this. Yang Chen suddenly understood. All living beings lived in the world. The world had always been tolerant, maintaining the balance between all living beings and the world. No matter how violent or destructive the living beings were, the world would still be tolerant. No matter how crazy the demon beasts in the demon realm were, wasn't the demon realm a peaceful existence that nurtured those demon beasts? It was just like the situation of the furnace fire of heaven and earth and the hellfire of all beings at this moment. The changes in the sea of wisdom were directly reflected on the second primordial spirit and the third primordial spirit. They were both Yang Chen's spiritual senses. Their spiritual senses were interconnected, and they felt the feelings of Yang Chen's main body almost at the same time. The next moment, two more consciousnesses suddenly appeared in Yang Chen's sea of wisdom. They were the second primordial spirit and the third primordial spirit. After being separated for a long time, the three primordial spirits gathered together again and felt the tempering of the hellfire of all beings together. The almost unlimited demonic aura provided a steady stream of fuel for the hellfire of all beings. The raging flames began to burn Yang Chen's consciousness frantically. At the same time, they also burned the consciousnesses of the second primordial spirit and the third primordial spirit. The three primordial spirits were already ridiculously strong. At this moment, they were tempered by the sledgehammer of the hellfire of all beings, making them stronger and stronger. There was not only good in this world, but also evil. There was not only yang, but also yin. There was not only good, but also evil. This was a dualistic world. Without any one of them, it would not be complete. When he thoroughly understood this, Yang Chen's spiritual sense cultivation finally began to soar again. Chapter 2484. The divine sense realm of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal finally began to break the barrier. When the three primordial spirits were combined into one to be tempered and tortured by the hellfire of all beings, he successfully entered the 10,000 tribulation true immortal realm. This was the realm that Yang Chen had not touched in his previous life, including breaking the barrier. In the future, Yang Chen's eyes were all black, and he did not know anything. However, since he was called 10,000 tribulation true immortal, he had naturally experienced 10,000 heavenly tribulations. He was not clear about other things, but when Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal crossed the heavenly tribulation, there were 9,999 heavenly tribulations. Yang Chen was still clear about this number. But in addition, Yang Chen also understood that not only did he have to cross the heavenly tribulation, but he also had to endure a similar amount of suffering in his heart. There were all kinds of negative emotions, all kinds of interference, confusion, numbness, temptation, and so on. Only after experiencing the tribulation of endless negative emotions could he really enter the 10,000 tribulation true immortal realm. The hellfire of all beings received the resentment from the demon aura. Every trace of it was a tribulation. The burning hellfire of all beings was more than thousands. No wonder elder brother Li Cheng insisted that he enter the demon aura sea to refine the golden bell and put the lock at the entrance of the passage. There had never been a moment when Yang Chen was so grateful to elder brother Li Cheng. When he was still in the spiritual realm, he fully felt the taste of the 10,000 tribulation true immortal realm. This benefit could no longer be described as kindness. It could be said that he was a second parent. When Yang Chen was suffering from the hellfire of all beings in the demon aura sea, there was a magical scene outside. The entire demon aura sea began to boil, and then a huge vortex was formed somewhere in it, spinning wildly. This strange situation immediately attracted the attention of the women who had been paying attention. Everyone looked at the strange situation inside, and no one knew what was going on. But the next moment, Gong Sunling found that the third primordial spirit of the Mountain River geographical map had disappeared, and she broke out in a cold sweat. This boy is really good at understanding. Just when the women were in a panic, elder brother Li Cheng's voice of praise sounded in their ears, and they immediately found their backbone. Don't be afraid, this is a good thing. Elder brother Li Cheng hurriedly pacified the emotions of all the women. After letting out a long breath, he once again felt lucky for not being bothered by women. I really can't imagine that this sworn brother of mine has so many women and is actually enjoying it. The most complicated thing in the world was the human heart. Li Cheng asked himself if there was anything he didn't know, but he couldn't guess the thoughts of these women. While the karmic fire of all beings was refining Yang Chen's 3 primordial spirits, the furnace of heaven and earth wasn't idle either. It was also using the most natural and undetectable method to refine the 3 primordial spirit. It was just that the karmic fire of all beings was too intense, causing everyone to subconsciously neglect the refinement of the furnace of heaven and earth. Yang Chen's primordial spirit was being tempered, but his body did not stop. He continued to walk forward, towards the entrance of the passageway. The girls could only watch as the demonic qi went further and further away, until they could no longer see it. When Yang Chen finally awoke from his training, he discovered that his 2nd and 3rd primordial spirits had already left and returned to their respective places. There was a new change in his sea of consciousness. The original soaring Heaven King Palace still looked the same, but there were many more rich colors and layers. Previously, Yang Chen only relied on his own memory to restore the soaring Heaven King Palace. Although many details were exquisite, they might not really be the details of the soaring Heaven King Palace. Sometimes it didn't look that natural. When the consciousness from outside rushed in, its first reaction was to be intimidated. Then, it was a huge pressure. Even Aosen could not sense anything unusual about this place. It was that kind of aura that covered all the flaws. However, the current Lingxiao King Palace looked so natural. The cloud patterns on every pillar in the palace and the patterns on every floor tile looked so appropriate. The colors looked so comfortable. It didn't have a lot of majesty, but it looked like it was real. Looking at this scene, Yang Chen's face could not help but show a smile. Why was it called Myriad Tribulation True, Immortal above Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal? 10,000 tribulations were used to describe the difficulty of going through the tribulations of the heavenly tribulation. The word true referred to the nature of returning to one's natural state. Although the soaring Heaven King Palace had lost a lot of its fake dignity, its real imposing manner didn't weaken at all. On the contrary, it became stronger and stronger. The demonic energy that had rushed into the sea of consciousness could only lie flat at the bottom of the soaring Heaven King Hall. It flowed peacefully and it couldn't stir up any crazy wave. Looking at the dozens of real dragon spirits coiling around the dragon pillars in the hall, Yang Chen suddenly smiled. With a thought, a black and white flame began to sweep over those dragon spirits. Under Yang Chen's control, the dragon spirits quickly experienced the baptism of the furnace of heaven and earth fire and the karmic fire of all beings. The dragon spirits, who had lost all their memories, finally entered a state of no thoughts and no thoughts. A heavenly dragon aura emerged from their bodies. In the sea of consciousness, Yang Chen was an omnipotent god. With another thought, he communicated with Yang Chen's 3rd primordial spirit. Instantly, the original 3 dragon spirits in the Mountain River geographical map appeared in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. It was the same as when Yang Chen baptized the dragon spirits on the dragon pillars. When the 3 dragon spirits returned, Gong Sun Ling only felt that the Mountain River geographical map was light for a while. At this moment, Ao Sen's Mountain River geographical map seemed to become a child that could be kneaded by herself. It easily swallowed all the remaining demon realm space, and even Ao Sen's Mountain River geographical map was swept away. There was no half left. In Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, 9 more dragon spirits filled with essence appeared. These were the artifact spirits of Ao Sen's Mountain River geographical map. However, they were forcefully refined by Ao Sin and were filled with unwillingness and viciousness. Shaking his head, Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh at Ao Sin's tyrannical method. It looked very tyrannical and powerful, but it did not obtain the true essence. In the end, his path would not be able to walk. The furnace of heaven and earth fire and the karmic fire of all beings first erased the memories of the dragon spirits, freeing them. Then, they underwent a baptism similar to rebirth. After the baptism, they were sent back to the mountain river geographical map. After all, they were the most compatible with the mountain river geographical map. Sending them back would increase the control of the mountain river geographical map to the greatest extent. The changes in the mountain river geographical map were directly reflected in Gong Xuanling's mind. Then, Gong Sunling revealed a happy smile. Even when her husband was cultivating, he did not forget to help her solve her problems. With a husband like this, what more could a woman ask for? Gong Sunling was already able to solve Ao Sen's mountain river geographical map in a short period of time. Yang Chen began to consider refining the golden bell that he had previously refined. At the same time, he would refine Ao Sen's golden bell and seal the passage. Chapter 2485. In the past, when Yang Chen refined the golden bell, it took him a lot of effort. Of course, at that time, Yang Chen's cultivation was low, and the golden bell was a magic weapon refined by the Dragon Clan. It was not easy to forcibly integrate it with human beings. He had to rely on the power of heaven's retribution to completely integrate the golden bell into his body. However, after experiencing the double tempering of the furnace of heaven and earth and the all-being's karmic fire, it was much easier to look back on this process. When Yang Chen's golden bell was fully activated, there would be 8 dragon shadows flying up and down. In fact, they were not dragon shadows, but 8 real dragon spirit. In other words, there were actually 8 dragon spirits in the golden bell. It was just that Yang Chen's cultivation was low at that time, so he could not activate them. Now, Yang Chen's powerful divine sense of 10 tribulations true immortal was enough to firmly suppress the dragon spirits in the golden bell. Yang Chen could already control the golden bell, which was equivalent to at least half of the dragon spirit's recognition. Coupled with the current divine sense suppression, the golden bell's spirit was absolutely convinced by Yang Chen. Yang Chen, who was overjoyed, immediately used the 2 fire seeds to baptize these dragon spirits in the way he treated the mountain river geographical map's spirit. The golden bell in his body was easy to deal with, but the golden bell refined by Ao Sin was troublesome. Moreover, it had to be in such an environment, which made Yang Chen aware of the great difficulty before he started. However, when Yang Chen took out the golden bell and prepared to refine it, he found that things were much simpler than he had imagined. In this level of demon Qi Si, even Ao Sin himself did not dare to set foot in it. As for the golden bell's artifact spirits, they were all artifact spirits refined by Ao Sin after he killed them. Even Ao Sin was no match for the demonic Qi Si, so the dragon spirits were even more vulnerable. The golden bell was instantly swallowed by the demonic Qi, and the dragon spirits were invaded by the demonic Qi almost at the same time, turning into lunatic. This process should be the process of those monsters in the demon realm becoming crazy monsters without active consciousness. However, in the demon Qi Si, the process was accelerated by many times. To deal with a few dragon spirits without sanity, Yang Chen was simply a piece of cake. Not only the dragon spirit, but even the golden bell was absorbed into Yang Chen's knowledge sea. The cauldron of heaven and earth and the karmic fire of all living beings worked at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the golden bell was imprinted with Yang Chen's spirit sense, and the dragon spirit also became obedient. After all, after being burned by the furnace of heaven and earth and the karmic fire of all beings, these dragon spirits would first lose all their memories. This was a complete release for them. In addition, after becoming a pure artifact spirit without any other thoughts, the power of the entire magic treasure would also increase. The golden bell in Yang Chen's body can no longer be taken out, because it has been integrated with Yang Chen's body, so the invasion of the monster qi is not very strong. However, Ao Sen's golden bell was completely invaded by the sea of demonic qi. There was not even the slightest gap left. Although using the cauldron of heaven and earth and the karmic fire of all beings to expel the monster qi was very simple, Yang Chen's heart stirred. Not only did he not expel the monster qi, but he also ordered the dragon spirits to absorb as much of the monster qi as possible. In the eyes of Big Brother Li Cheng, the golden bell could not withstand a single blow. The reason was that he said that the golden bell lacked negative refinement. Since the golden bell in his body can no longer be changed, then this golden bell should be contaminated with the monster qi as much as possible. In any case, this golden bell was refined by Ao Sen using some demonic Dao dragon race techniques, so it should be compatible with the nature of the monster qi. Yang Chen's guess was right. When the dragon spirits controlled the golden bell to absorb the monster qi, the golden bell instantly turned into a bottomless pit, crazily absorbing the sea of monster qi. What's more, a strong suction force directly sucked up the monster crystals at the bottom of the sea of monster qi, and then directly integrated them into the golden bell. While the golden bell was absorbing the monster qi, Yang Chen was not idle on the other side. He kept moving towards the core area, the passage that connected to the immortal world. The further he went, the more difficult it became. The monster qi was already so dense that it was almost completely filled with monster crystals. Yang Chen even had to use the immortal beheading saber to cut open the area sealed by the monster crystals before he could go further. However, as long as Yang Chen was slightly slower, the monster crystals that were cut open would immediately condense into one. The passage entrance was still sending a steady stream of monster qi over. Once it reached this side, it would be compressed, instantly filling up the gap that had just appeared. Not long ago, the second primordial spirit and Yang Chen had experienced the double tempering of the cauldron of heaven and earth and the karmic fire of all beings. Now was the time for it to give it a try. The might of the immortal beheading saber was unleashed, causing the solid monster crystals to scatter. This section of the road was extremely difficult. He could only open the road bit by bit, advancing bit by bit. At this moment, Ao Sen's golden bell became Yang Chen's protective magic weapon, keeping the monster crystals that were about to gather a few feet away from his body. Yang Chen could not imagine how Big Brother Li Cheng entered the passage to the demon world through those thick monster crystals, but what was certain was that Big Brother Li Cheng must have used less time than him. His main body and the second primordial spirit together could not compare to Big Brother Li Cheng. Thinking of this, Yang Chen's unwillingness to admit defeat also came up. He sped up and rushed forward crazily. With the second primordial spirit controlling the immortal beheading saber, Yang Chen took out the jade lock refined by Big Brother Li Cheng from the merit ring and carefully observed it. This kind of magic weapon that could seal the space passage, Yang Chen did not have the opportunity to take it in his hands. If he did not study it, it would be too stupid. Entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed, the refining of the jade lock was not complicated. It was a very simple 8 trigrams array. However, it was not as simple as an 8 trigrams array. What was even more mysterious was that the pattern on the jade lock was actually formed by 8 dragons. This could only be described as a coincidence. Yang Chen did not believe that Big Brother Li Cheng could accurately predict that Ao Sun would appear in that situation and deliver a set of dragon race magic treasures that were almost exactly the same as the one in Yang Chen's hand. But if it was not a coincidence, then what did it mean? Why did Big Brother Li Cheng want Yang Chen to personally seal the space passage at this crucial moment and make him refine the golden bell in the demon Qi Sea? What was even harder to describe as a coincidence was why the 8 trigrams jade lock, refined by Big Brother Li Cheng, happened to be a lock formed by 8 dragons to seal the space passage. But whether it was Yang Chen's own golden bell or the golden bell refined by Aosen, they both had exactly 8 dragon spirits inside. As for the number of dragon spirits inside the 2 golden bells being 16, this was simply not important. The important thing was that Yang Chen had just gathered the furnace of heaven and earth flame and the all-being's karmic flame. The image of the Tai Chi ball formed in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness was almost right in front of Yang Chen's eyes. At this time, if Yang Chen still did not know what to do, then Yang Chen was the biggest fool in the world. Chapter 2486. 2 golden bells, one was soaked with demon energy, the other was almost uncontaminated with demon energy. In terms of attributes, it happened to be one yin and one yang. If the 2 were combined, wouldn't it be a ready-made Tai Chi ball? The original shape of the golden bell would cause Yang Chen's whole body to be protected, but his feet would be attacked. This was caused by the shape of the golden bell. If it could be refined into the shape of a Tai Chi ball, it could be said that there was no blind spot at all. Elder brother Li Cheng said that the golden bell could not withstand a single blow. It was likely that there was an exaggeration of this weakness of the golden bell. This opportunity in front of him was probably deliberately found by elder brother Li Cheng for Yang Chen to perfect his own defense arrangement. The 2 golden bells could form a perfect defense of the structure of the Tai Chi ball. As for those dragon spirits, looking at the dragon-shaped seal lock on the 8 trigrams jade lock, they would know what to do. Yang Chen has always had a principle in cultivation, that is, to do his best to strengthen his strongest aspect. This can be seen from his teaching Shanshan to specialize in the supreme pure yang sword qi and letting Gong Sunling frantically strengthen the mountain river geographical map. Even Yang Chen himself was constantly strengthening the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, strengthening his strength and strengthening his defense. It was just that Yang Chen was good at more in this life, so he focused on strengthening his attack and defense. Other cultivators, in addition to their own life source magic weapon, would more or less refine some other types of magic weapons, but Yang Chen only had 2 kinds of energy. One was the immortal beheading blade, and the other was the protective golden bell. Of course, the immortal beheading blade was not just the immortal beheading blade, but the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword. In fact, this was in line with Yang Chen's attitude of constantly improving the magic weapon. It was enough to have something useful, not too much. At present, if he could perfect the golden bell, basically, when Yang Chen ascended to the immortal world, he could not worry about his own safety for a long time. Yang Chen did not believe that the 2 Tai Chi balls formed by the 8 trigrams golden dragon lock, which could seal the space channel, could be easily broken by some golden immortals and great all-embracing golden immortals. Even if he truly had such a magical attacking method, Yang Chen still had the golden body, which was attained from the 2nd level of Kwa Yi's secret knowledge. To put it bluntly, if there really was such a powerful super method that could break through Yang Chen's defenses, then no matter how many defensive methods Yang Chen had, it would be useless. While comprehending the 8 trigrams golden dragon lock on the jade locket, Yang Chen cut his way through the thistles and thorns. After a long time, Yang Chen finally arrived at his target, the entrance of the space passage. Truth be told, the demonic aura here was so strong that it had condensed into super-hard demonic crystals. If it was an ordinary cultivator, he would have long become a lunatic who had been invaded by the demonic aura. Fortunately, Yang Chen had 2 fires to protect himself. Only then did he manage to reach the place safely. Along the way, Yang Chen had tried his best to explore the structure of the jade locket and the principle of the formation inside, but this was not enough. When the jade locket was not activated, its true power could not be fully revealed. Only when the jade locket was activated could Yang Chen fully feel the true power of the jade locket. Standing in front of the space passage, the immortal beheading saber had to constantly smash the demonic crystals formed in front of him and push them to the side. Otherwise, Yang Chen would be pushed away by the demonic crystals that were constantly gushing out. The space passage was not very big, it was only the height of a person. It looked inconspicuous, but it gave people a sense of invisible oppression and tearing. Looking from this side, the world on the other side seemed to be floating in the illusion, which was very magical. Yang Chen did not waste too much time. After observing the entrance of the space passage for a while, he activated the Jade Locket. The activation of the Jade Locket was very simple. He just needed to explore it with his spiritual awareness, and then his spiritual power and spiritual awareness were stimulated at the same time. As soon as the Jade Locket was activated, Yang Chen heard a slight clicking sound. Then, the small Jade Locket that could be held in one hand suddenly became the size of the space passage, firmly blocking the space passage. This was not the end. The dragons carved on the Jade Locket seemed to come alive, meandering and swimming. Soon, the 8 dragons swam for a while, forming a complex intertwined very beautiful and mysterious 8 trigrams pattern. All the dragon heads were facing outward, and the forehead of each dragon clearly showed the position of an 8 trigram symbol. Then, the 8 trigram symbol on the forehead of the 8 dragons flashed and emitted a dazzling light. After the light flashed, the 8 jade dragons were fixed, forming a complete 8 trigrams golden dragon lock. The 8 trigrams golden dragon lock had completely integrated with the Jade Locket and even directly integrated with the space passage, completely blocking this end of the space passage. The moment the 8 trigrams golden dragon lock was formed, there was a crazy vibration in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. This vibration was so crazy, it was as if the soaring heaven of the Golden Palace had felt the vibration of the 3 realms, and then transmitted it to Yang Chen. In fact, the 3 realms had indeed vibrated once. Compared to the previous time when the Demon Realm space passage was sealed, the movement this time was bigger. An extremely strong earthquake broke out everywhere in the mortal realm, the spiritual realm, and the immortal realm. The vast land was torn apart, and countless mountains and rivers were destroyed, forming abysses. On the countless plains, towering mountains suddenly stood up. Almost in a short period of time, the entire 3 realms went into a frenzy that changed the entire world. The sealed space passage was like an enraged bull. It went up and down countless times, but it could not break free from the seal of the 8 trigrams golden dragon lock. Only then did it slowly calm down. For no reason, the all-life karmic fire in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness flared up again. It was as if the resentment in the world had suddenly increased by a lot. When Yang Chen saw this, he frowned. Something big must have happened. He had to go out and ask Big Brother Li Cheng. Fortunately, Yang Chen could see the structure and changes of the 8 trigrams golden dragon lock clearly and firmly remembered it. In the next moment, the 8 dragon spirits on the golden bell in Yang Chen's body started to interweave into a complete structure according to the 8 trigrams golden dragon lock. When a portion of the golden bell came out and covered the heads of the 8 dragon spirits, they formed a clear 8 trigram symbol. The entire structure was completely solidified. At the same time, the dragon spirits in the golden bell outside Yang Chen's body did the same, forming a firm 8 trigrams golden dragon lock. However, this 8 trigrams golden dragon lock was completely black, the opposite of the one in Yang Chen's body. When everything was completed, Ao Sen's golden bell started to slowly move closer to Yang Chen's body. Finally, it connected with the golden bell in Yang Chen's body. Under the control of Yang Chen's powerful spiritual awareness, the 2 golden bells that were connected together slowly deformed and slowly turned into a black and white Tai Chi ball that was slowly flowing. Chapter 2487. The structure of Yang Chen's 8 trigrams golden dragon lock was copied from Brother Li Cheng's jade lock structure, but the structure of the Tai Chi ball formed by the golden bell was different. Instead, it was formed by referring to the yin-yang Tai Chi ball formed by the furnace of heaven and earth fire, and all beings' karmic fire. Similarly, Yang Chen did not intend to integrate the black part of the golden bell into his body. Since this world was binary, Yang Chen only needed to integrate half of it into his body. In this way, he could form a binary structure of one inside and one outside, one yin and one yang. Most importantly, the Tai Chi golden ball was not static. Instead, it slowly flowed between black and white. It could be said that there was white in black and black in white, and it could even change between each other under certain conditions. The golden bell no longer existed, but became the Tai Chi golden ball that was moving. The two 8 trigrams golden dragon locks also fused with each other, penetrated and transformed each other, forming a very harmonious sphere, completely wrapping Yang Chen in it without any blind spots. When the flow of the Tai Chi golden ball reached an incomparably harmonious state, Yang Chen's heart suddenly moved. The bronze scabbard that contained Ancestor Lu's supreme pure yang sword chi suddenly appeared, and then forcibly integrated into the Tai Chi golden ball. When the 16 golden dragon spirits saw the bronze scabbard, they were like gluttons that saw delicious food. They all opened their mouths wide and crazily bit down on it, not at all polite. After a while, the entire scabbard was completely devoured by the 16 golden dragons. Previously, the 8 trigrams on the golden dragon head were formed by the materials that were forcibly dug out of the golden bell. However, after the bronze scabbard was swallowed by them, the materials that were dug out immediately turned into flowing liquid and quickly returned to the Tai Chi golden ball. Replacing those materials to form the 8 trigrams became the materials of the bronze scabbard. When Yang Chen's spiritual power poured into the Tai Chi golden ball, not only was the black and white Tai Chi ball slowly flowing, but even the 16 golden dragons on it were constantly moving according to a fixed structure. The Tai Chi ball was no longer the 2 immobile golden bells. Instead, it was a sphere that maintained a perfect flow and balance, with 16 wandering dragon patterns on it. Yang Chen no longer needed to use the immortal beheading saber to open up a path in the sea of demonic chi. Just the flow of the Tai Chi golden ball alone was enough to force the surrounding demonic crystals and the sea of demonic chi several feet away. Yang Chen strode forward with almost no hindrance. It was extremely easy. It took Yang Chen almost a year to enter the space channel from the outside, but it only took him less than a month to come out. Yang Chen walked out of the sea of demonic chi with ease. Before the 3 realms quake, the girls had been worried. Fortunately, Big Brother Li Cheng was by their side. They knew that it was caused by Yang Chen sealing the spatial passage, so they weren't too worried. However, it wasn't until they saw their husband walk out of the sea of demonic chi unscathed that the girls were really relieved. Yang Chen walked out with the Tai Chi golden ball on his head. If it weren't for the familiar aura of their husband, the girls would have thought that he was a stranger. However, the black and white Tai Chi golden ball showed an indescribable natural beauty, which made the girls immersed in it for a while. The flowing patterns on the Tai Chi golden ball were in line with the natural great Tao of all living beings in the world. The girls soon found that the changes in the golden ball were really thought-provoking. If it weren't for Yang Chen putting away the Tai Chi golden ball in time and waking the girls up, the girls might still be immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves. Every time you can surprise me beyond my expectations. I really didn't choose the wrong person. Big Brother Li Cheng didn't seem to be affected at all. He just looked up and down at Yang Chen and kept nodding. He was very satisfied with Yang Chen's performance. "Thank you, Big Brother." Yang Chen respectfully cupped his hands and bowed to Li Cheng. This was gratitude from the bottom of his heart, and it had nothing to do with whether they were sworn brothers or not. Big Brother Li Cheng stood there and nodded. He accepted Yang Chen's bow with a clear conscience, and the smile on his face became even wider. "Shanshan, use your full strength to attack me." Seeing the girls, Yang Chen was also a little impatient to know the defensive power of the Tai Chi golden ball. He immediately instructed Shanshan. Shanshan's eyes lit up. Without saying anything, she took out her immortal sword and charged at Yang Chen with a supreme pure yang sword chi without holding back. Everyone knew that her husband had a scabbard to protect him, and the sword Qi wouldn't hurt Yang Chen. Therefore, Shi Shanshan didn't hold back and attacked with all her strength. Qi, the sharp immortal sword, and the supreme pure Yang sword Qi stabbed at the Tai Chi golden ball at the same time, and only a very slight sound was made. The 8 trigrams on the 16 golden dragon heads only flashed slightly, and the supreme pure Yang sword Qi was absorbed without a trace. However, the place where the tip of the immortal sword touched appeared a little depression. But that was all. The 16 dragon shadows just flowed naturally once, and the little depression disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Shi Shanshan's unreserved immortal sword and the sharpest attack of the supreme pure Yang sword Qi only caused such a slight impact on Yang Chen. Ah Ling, Ah Ing, don't move. Ah you, attack together. Seeing this situation, Yang Chen didn't seem surprised and immediately ordered the girls to attack together. However, he still didn't let Gong Sunling and Zhou Xianying join in. This was a test, and he didn't want the girls to beat him up. The girls weren't afraid that they would hurt their husband at all. Smiling, they each took a position, and then waited for Gao Yu's order. They all used their strongest attack methods and attacked Yang Chen, who was surrounded by them. Almost at the same time, countless magic weapons attacked Yang Chen's Tai Chi golden ball. The dragon horn flying sword, the flying sword of the Bai Ling battle armor, the 5 elements rope hook, and all kinds of flying sword and magic weapons. There were no less than hundreds of them, and they all fell on the Tai Chi golden ball. The Tai Chi golden ball showed a protective power that surprised the girls. Even such a simultaneous attack could only make hundreds of extremely slight depressions on the surface of the Tai Chi golden ball. But the next moment, the dragon patterns on the Tai Chi golden ball flowed, and with the black and white flowing, in just a breath's time, all the traces caused by the girls' attacks disappeared without a trace, leaving nothing. Zhou Xianying watched from the side, and suddenly felt an itch in her heart. Without saying anything, she took out the heavenly phoenix zither. This protective magic weapon could defend against physical and sword chi attacks, but it was impossible to block the omnipresent sound, right? The girls tacitly dodged to the side, watching Zhou Xianying play the strongest killing sound and attack their husband. Chapter 2488. Then, a miraculous scene appeared. The girls watched as the sound of killing caused a series of ripples on the surface of the Tai Chi golden ball. It was as if the sound of a zither was vibrating in one's hand. However, that was all. Zhou Xianying's strongest sound of killing only caused a series of ripples on the surface of the Tai Chi golden ball. There was no other effect. The golden ball will automatically counteract your sound waves in the opposite direction. I can only hear the sound from inside, but I can't feel any sound wave attack. Yang Chen casually kept the Tai Chi golden ball into his body, appeared, and said to Zhou Xianying. Zhou Xianying was almost invincible in the spiritual realm by relying on her sound technique. But in front of her husband, she was actually unable to achieve anything. This also made the girls sigh at the new protective magic treasure of their husband. However, Zhou Xianying was not surprised at all. Her strongest sound technique was basically useless in front of her husband's golden body. She was not affected at all. Try to attack the same point. Yang Chen ordered the girls again. This time, the girls knew how powerful the Tai Chi golden ball was. They no longer had any scruples and used their strongest means. According to Yang Chen's instructions, they bombarded a point on Yang Chen's Tai Chi golden ball. Boom. After a loud sound, there was a dent the size of a human head on the Tai Chi golden ball. The lowest point of the dent had been directly pierced by Shi Shanshan's immortal sword. An attack concentrated on one point was indeed much more powerful than a scattered attack. Even with such an injury, the Tai Chi golden ball only took less than 10 breaths of time before it was restored to its original state in front of the girls. It should be known that the average cultivation level of the girls was now at the early stage of Golden Immortal. Moreover, each of the girls was much stronger than the experts of the same level. Each of them was an expert who could fight against 10 experts. More than 40 of them were equivalent to at least 400 ordinary golden immortals working together. But they could only cause such a little damage. And this was only the damage to the protective magic treasure. It did not even touch Yang Chen's skin. If it was Yang Chen's enemies, they would have a headache facing such a result. This is the fusion of 2 golden bells? After listening to Yang Chen explain the origin of the Tai Chi golden ball, Sun Qingxue reached out to touch the surface of the slightly flowing Tai Chi golden ball. She still seemed to be in disbelief, but everyone could see that she was feeling the flow of the 8 trigrams golden dragon lock by touching it. After the curious women asked all the questions they could, Gong Sunling stepped forward with a smile and asked Yang Chen, "Husband, do you want me to try?" Yang Chen nodded and warned Gong Sunling, "First, try stacking the attacks of 1,000 cultivators of the same rank." Gong Sunling had not made a move before. The Mountain River geographical map was now considered to have the power of 1.5 world. Even if Yang Chen was strong, in the face of at least the number of cultivators in the Mountain River geographical map that had reached the level of Jingai, the 16th to the 20th power of 10, it was estimated that it would be broken. Having the power of one realm was so different. Therefore, Yang Chen asked Gong Sunling to limit the number of cultivators attacking at the same time to see where the limit of the Tai Chi golden ball was. Big Brother Li Cheng was also very interested in this test. He stood on the side and watched carefully. He also pointed out Gong Sunling's attack method. Perhaps Gong Sunling was the only one who could make Yang Chen treat her as if he was facing a formidable enemy with only her white and tender fists. However, there were not so many golden immortals in the Mountain River geographical map. Gong Sunling replaced it with a larger number of Xian immortal cultivators according to the average number given by Big Brother Li Cheng. Boom, a punch hit Yang Chen's Tai Chi golden ball, and the result was the same as the combined force of the women just now, even slightly insufficient. It could be seen that the combined combat effectiveness of the women had exceeded the attack of 1,000 early-stage golden immortals. 10,000. Boom, the damage caused by Gong Sunling's fist was even greater. It was almost close to the size of an ordinary person's chest, but it still could not break the Tai Chi golden ball, let alone shatter it. It only took Yang Chen half a cup of tea's time for the Tai Chi golden ball to completely recover. 100,000. Boom, Yang Chen stood in the same place, but the dent in the Tai Chi golden ball almost covered a radius of 10 feet. The deepest part of the dent almost touched Yang Chen's body. Unfortunately, it was still a little short. Similarly, the result of this level of attack was only a dent in the Tai Chi golden ball, and it still could not be broken. However, the defense of the Tai Chi golden ball was strong enough, but Yang Chen's spiritual power was also pushed to the extreme. It was already a great blessing for a person to be unscathed in the face of the attack of 100,000 cultivators of the same level. It was simply impossible to not pay any price. After taking this blow, Yang Chen almost collapsed, just like Shi Shanshan when she attacked with all her strength. In any case, the protection limit of the Tai Chi golden ball was also based on the support of Yang Chen's spiritual power. Without enough spiritual power, he could not protect himself. At this point, it was basically the limit that Yang Chen could bear, and Gong Sunling did not need to experiment anymore. Yang Chen recovered for a while in the pile of spiritual veins specially prepared by Gong Sunling. Then, Yang Chen looked at Big Brother Li Cheng recklessly. "Let me try." What kind of person was Li Cheng? When Yang Chen looked over, he had already clearly understood the meaning of Yang Chen. Yang Chen nodded with a smile on his face. The women were even more curious, and they clamored for Big Brother Li Cheng to teach their bad husband a good lesson. "Okay, then I will try too." Li Cheng was not polite at all. He waited for Yang Chen to get ready, and then walked not far from Yang Chen's Tai Chi golden ball and casually punched the surface of the golden ball. Bang, the sound was not loud, but Yang Chen himself and the Tai Chi golden ball seemed to be hit by a giant hammer and flew away at high speed. They were still in the air, and the women's eyesight was good enough to see that at least half of the Tai Chi golden ball had disappeared. In other words, the half of the Tai Chi golden ball that was facing Big Brother Li Qing had disappeared, and the power of the punch had even landed on Yang Chen's body. Even though Yang Chen had combined the power of the second level of Kwa Yi's secret skill with the golden body spell, his internal organs were still penetrated by the remaining power of the punch, and he couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, those women could only be described as dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine that this harmless big brother of theirs could be so fierce. They knew that he was powerful, but they never thought that he could be this powerful. After swallowing quite a few natural reward pills, Yang Chen's injuries finally stopped. Then, he soaked in a pile of spiritual veins and began to recover his spiritual power, healing the part of the Tai Chi golden ball that was punched by Big Brother Li Qing. After a whole day, Yang Chen finally recovered completely.